We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closer. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closer. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. for the close of the opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time.
A new season dawns upon us. A new frontier awaits. A new challenge. The time has come again to crown the best of Europe. And while every team is here on their own merit, there are always going to be favorites. Here are the top names who are coming in hot this season. They were the Western Europe top performers in 2021, so, if anything, Game Lord were the aces to take the region to the top of the global stage. They kicked off the PMPL Spring League stage like champions, facing barely any competition. They slayed every name in the lobby for a colossal lead. However, little did we know that this would be the last time that we would see the Game Lord banner waving at the top. After such showy performance in the league stage, the team couldn't even land a podium finish at the finals. And this is just where the troubles began.
Previous tournament that he played in for the PMPL Turkey. Now look at her take on the top team from Western Europe Game Lord. Well, one of the top teams, certainly. And that nade gonna make them rethink that title. Akashi down on the hillside in peace.
Their fall campaign was disastrous, and the mighty French squad barely managed to qualify for the PMGC main stage. Yes, Game Lord had a disappointing run last season, but that doesn't take away the facts. Like Narvalo has been one of the best performing gunners from the region.
Only one player now standing, and Narvalo could get it if he pops the nade in the right place, but he goes for the weapon. There's the flush. Now he only has one player to handle. Narvalo for Game Lord looks to strike out. Back behind the cover, back behind the smoke, and it's 1 versus 1. This is the best team in the PMPL right now. The nade at the back, a lot of damage sent in. He knows exactly what the range is, sends out wide and doesn't take a lick in response. This could be good, this could be it, and somehow, some way, Narvalo works the miracle.
He's aided by Victor, who never fell short of firepower. And, led by Akashi, this team held the ultimate defense barrier in the lobby. Will this be the spark that turns the tide in their favor? The banner Unicorns of Love carries a lot of weight among Western Europe fans. Yet they might have the most underwhelming track record among the top contenders. This time, there's an entirely new roster to look up to. The organization has picked up the best talent from Team Big. Yes, Mihi, the IGL, along with Beast and Swave, are now playing in the Unicorns jersey. The PMSC winners also delivered some flashy plays in the 2022 season. They were definitely in the race as one of the favorites, but seemed to lose their flow in the big moments. These names are joined by a young champ, Noshi from Dun Esports, winner of the PUBG Mobile European Cup 2022, along with Zero from Team Doom. Fusing their skill sets, let's see what the new Unicorns can cook up this season. The absolute beasts and the most consistent team in the lobby, they might have gotten a new look, but that doesn't mean that they are any less capable of putting the region to the test. From Na'Vi to HVVP and now Gladiators, they are a force to be reckoned with. A team that speared the competition at every stage. And this time they are gunning for the top. And in order to get there, they know what they have to do first. Decimate their regional rivals to send a message to the global contenders who beat them in 2022. Under the wise supervision of Kitsune, the roster is engineered to stand atop. And if Tixi remains in a similar form as last season, we can only bid good luck to their rivals. They are surely going to need some. But the Gladiators don't need to look far. One of their biggest rivals resides right in this region, the defending champions of Europe, MADBULLS. Their playstyle needs no further introduction. Going berserk is all they ever planned for, and it's more than enough to put down any big name in the lobby. Of course, their exit at the PMGC preliminary league stage was shocking. But we highly doubt that the top MVPs from the fall season have lost their touch yet, and there's nothing stopping them from making it further this time. But before that, how they settle their business with the regional challengers will be a treat to watch. Moreover, there are some significant changes in the roster that are going to make things even more interesting. There are 2 more banners as honorable mentions who have shuffled some talents across their close rivals. We have VIRTUS.PRO, who claimed podium finishes in the full league stage and the finals. This team was a pillar of consistency. However, there will be some serious changes in their approach this time, considering the total roster overhaul. Major Pride, on the other hand, might have been out of the spotlight for a while, but bringing on board 2 of the big names from MADBULLS puts them at a significant advantage this season. All said and done, these are merely the big names in the race. You cannot underestimate the young talent coming up through the ranks ready to claim their pound of flesh. Watch the battlegrounds crumble when the pros lock horns for the Europe's best title.
It's time to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. The roster apocalypse has truly now settled here, and for PMPL EU 2023, we have got ourselves quite the shake-up and a lot to talk about. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first show here in what is sure to be an excellent season. My name is Carlaris, your host, and joining me to my left-hand side, my partner in crime himself, Max Mann. How are you doing, buddy?
Doing fantastic. Now we're not PMPL Western Europe anymore. Now we're PMPL Europe. And as you said, the roster apocalypse has been happening. You've got a lot of new teams, a lot of new players, and teams that broke up that I was not really expecting. We got a lot of time to go through that, but a lot of weird changes happened here.
Yeah, definitely. So stick with us, guys. We're going to be explaining everything that's going to be going down, not only in terms of the tournament as a whole, but also looking at some of these teams. But first things first, you guys over on social media, get involved because we now have new dedicated esports social media channels. So be sure to follow us over on the PUBG Mobile Esports Europe on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. And you might be in for a treat as well, because we'll be picking some people from those followers down the line to be able to win some phenomenal prizes for in-game skins, etc., and things like that, Max. So it's all happening on social media.
Yeah, actually, I'll be picking the people who win the skins. So if you're nice to me, no, actually, it's going to be random. Don't worry, it'll be random. we'll be okay. But if you go follow PUBG Mobile Esports EU on Instagram, you've got a giveaway happening right now. So just, you've got some cool stuff to win.
So Max is picking. I see. I don't know. Okay. Right, we've also got this tournament to talk about. Let's take a look at the calendar. Let's see how all the phases are going to be laid out, as well as that finals that's going to be coming on down the line. Our first phase, Max, cram-packed in. We're catching up here. We've got 6 game days here for the first phase, and then later on, things are spaced out a little bit more for those teams to be able to evaluate between game days what's been happening in their lobbies, right?
Yeah, I mean, 6 game days out of this first week, and you got like a cheeky little break there on the Thursday. You're going to have a little bit of time to relax and chill maybe a bit, but man, the first week is going to be violent speed and momentum for these teams right in the thick of it. And with all these roster changes, it's going to set expectations relatively quickly as to what we can expect from these teams. So I'm hyped for this first week and going to see how things are going to go down.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely so. All right, well, before we get down to truly the nitty-gritty of it, you know, let's head over to a man, a mind, a legend, a myth here to tell you all about what's going to be going on for the format.
Reload your weapons. Put on that level 3 helmet. Get ready to watch the pros as they make their way to your screens once again in 2023. This spring season will bring the heat from the very start. With reduced placement points, teams will be put to the ultimate test. 3 phases of matches for teams in the league stage. Each phase will have 6 days of matches. 20 teams will be divided into 5 groups. Each match will be played among 4 groups. Following the round-robin format, every team will get 4 matches per day to build up their points. At the end of each phase, the top 12 teams will also get a chance to play on Vikendi for additional points. Teams will be reshuffled into groups at the beginning of each phase. Teams will get bonus points as per their placement in each phase, which will carry over to the finals. Therefore, the best case scenario is when a team tops all 3 phases and the overall table. The top 16 teams will move on to finals. With 18 matches in total played out over 3 days, this is when things will shift into top gear. The top 8 teams in the finals will qualify to the European Championship, and the top team at the end of the 3 days will be crowned the champion of PMPL Europe Spring 2023. Catch all the action live as we kick off PMPL Europe Spring 2023.
Gosh golly, thanks John. Great explanation of all of that. And now we're going to talk about it even more here, Max. I think one thing to really take away from that is cool is, of course, 8 teams move on into that European Championship. But let's talk about what is going on here, because we've got the league stage. Those first 3 phases are really going to iron things out as to who's moving on into that finals. Those top 16 are going to advance. And we also have a top 12 playing under Vikendi at the end of each phase, right?
Yeah, I had to bring that up. Like, we got Vikendi back right now. Okay, I've been asking Vikendi for, like, what, 2 years now? It's finally back. Sure, it's only once per phase. It's not as much as I would really like, but I'll still take it. Still a little bit of Vikendi here that's going to be coming through. Maybe it's going to come in full swing next season. I don't know how that's going to be going through. But as you said, 8 teams will be making it into the championship, potentially going up against S2G, the current world champions. Not too fun of a matchup, but then, of course, that's going to give you, I don't know how many spots into PMWI, which is definitely what you want to qualify for. So the circuit's already set up for this season, and teams are going to have to make it up there with points.
Yeah, we always knew the Turkish region was powerful, and when they won the World Championship, you better be sure to kind of buckle down for that European Championship. But here's how the points are going to work per game. Now, of course, if you were watching last year, compared to this year, there has, of course, been this change. I like this change a lot, Max. It's going to put a bit more emphasis on those elimination points, but also a nice distinguisher between first and second place with those 10 points to 6 points.
Yeah, exactly. That 4-point difference between first and second is pretty important, because chicken dinners are still going to be a major focus of the game. If you can go for that 10-point winner at the end of every single game, that's going to be massive for you. But I had the chance to do a media day. It was like, I think, 4 to 5 teams, and the sentiment was pretty much the same between all the teams, which is we're just going to have to start to play a lot more aggressive than what we did in 2022. And if you do not make that change, chances are you might not make it into the finals. So elims are so much more important this year than ever before.
And importantly, we just showed how many points you gain per phase as well. So if you're able to get first place, that's 20 points that you can add up per phase and rack up going into the finals. That'll give you a little bit of a heads up, a lead, as it were. But here's the money on the line. We have for the finals quite a lot of money on the line, Max, alongside the fact that if you've already qualified for this position, you've already got 2K on the board. So it's not bad, but I think you're probably aiming for that finals prize pool, right?
Yeah, exactly. You want to get that 11K on the board. You can just give yourself 13K total in that one. And as I said, last year it was 3 million for PMWI total. You still want to requalify for that one. I think that if you get in 16th place, you're still making bank. And so you'll see if you can make it through the championships there. But yeah, big prize point. Of course, you've got a few Vikendi awards that are going to come on through, which I know the awards, the graphic might come up later, but there you go. It's weird ways to get it, like eliminations with crossbows. Is someone going to be maining the crossbow on Vikendi? It could happen.
Maybe. You know, the crossbow's not that bad, man. When you're able to hit those shots, it's pretty decent. Look at my style, most extraordinary knockout points coming in as well. You can see the pan, the car, and throwables, nades being actually added on. So there's a lot of ways you can add a little bit of extra cash alongside those Vikendi games. And again, as we previously mentioned, Max, it's the top 12 from each phase that actually qualifies onto that. And again, actually, just as a personal note, if you're not dropping Garoka, are you really dropping? I don't know.
Dino Park. It's not a good drop, but I just like it. You know, I don't have to follow the meta all the time. But also, G36C is going to be playable. I haven't seen that weapon in so long. It's such a good weapon, so I'm hyped to see how players are going to be adapting with the G36C and how it's going to work out. But yeah, Vikendi back on board. I'm a happy fella right now.
I'm a big fan of the gun, man. I'm a big fan of the gun. But let's talk about what's going on here? We have our participating teams. This is how they're split up into all of their groups. Remember, each day will be excluding one group per game, and then, you know, everybody gets to play here throughout the day. So, Max, let's start things off. We have to talk about Gladiators to get things rolling here over in Group D. They're one of the big contenders. They have stayed together as a roster. What are you thinking here for the Gladiators?
And that's the thing, they stayed as the same roster. KASIK team, Avalanche, like all of the teams that are in that group has had massive changes. Potentially were not even here last season. When you're going up against Gladiators, it's the exact same roster. They're looking scary. Unfortunately, sure, PMGC didn't go well for them, but when it comes to playing in their home region, I think it goes without saying here, Kalaris, that they're just going to dominate. We saw the scrims, what they were able to do, sure, in the PGIS scrims. First week was a little bit rough, but second and third week, they were just rolling over the competition. And it's a long tournament here, and if it comes to being consistent, I think that Gladiators currently have what it takes to be this first place team, to be the champions, but other teams around them could try and beat it, but in their home group, by far, they're going to be the best.
I mean, the reason I mentioned them, the previous HVVP, the previous Na'Vi, they're the guys that were able to take it to, effectively, now the world champions in the previous European finals that we actually had. So eyes will be on them. Of course, they'll be on many teams like MADBULLS, like Major Pride. But here's the 5 games and maps that we're going to be playing things out today for the Battlegrounds. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar in this rotation to get things going. Quite the spread and quite the different approach, Max, you're going to be taking to each of these Battlegrounds, especially good old Sanhok.
Of course, and normally, if the circle settings are the same, which I believe they are, no heal strap should be working out on Sanhok. So don't do it. Stop it. Right now, no heal strap. Well, it's always a little bit of a question on the first day to see, is it still really going to be that circle setting? But the thing that we also brought up pretty heavily last year and is going to be echoed in this season is the group rotations. Every single game, you're going to have to adapt to that. It can bring a little bit of extra strategy to your game to know which teams you're going up against on each battleground, adapt your strategy based on the team's drop, how they rotate. So that's just something to take into account. So I think that because of that, this first day, maybe the next 2-3 days will be a little bit all over the place, but things should get a little bit more steady as we go further.
And as the roster apocalypse has shown us, some of these teams have not exactly been steady in keeping everybody around. One of those teams that has made changes is the previous champions here of technically what was West Europe for 2022, but it is MADBULLS. Let's check in with them and see what they think coming into this one.
Are you ready?
Pioneer trying to push on. Oh, that's a big nade. That's a huge nade. Trying to push on up as well. VIRTUS.PRO spotted. Zarek finds one, transfers the spray beautifully. All they now have, and their timing once again being absolutely immaculate. Yankee goes down. Gonna try and go for it. A long one over the top. They are both in a similar spot here. That nade's right on time.
И клан 13. Интересно, будут на них обращать внимание? Там инсейн спокойно.
Impossible for S2G as they go down to a 1-2 pinch.
That's MADBULLS. I really did want to just start this off with a victory screech, but you know, let's be serious for a moment, Max, because we've got MADBULLS here. There have been roster changes. I think there's still a lot of anticipation around this team, though, despite losing some of their star players. What do you think?
I mean, that's the thing. The defending champions is more like defending player, is Zerish, and that's pretty much it for the side of MADBULLS. And it's so weird, like, of course, we knew there was going to be a lot of roster changes between like 2022 and 2023, but breaking up Effect and Zerish into 2 different teams, it's like you're separating Top and Action from Stalwart. You just don't expect it to happen after how dominant they were last year. So we'll see. Of course, he's got a great lineup next to him. He's got Flicky, I think one of the top players from MUERTE last year, with Frozen and Tulika. Great players that have a lot of experience. It could work out, but only time will tell.
Only time will tell. Well, we want to talk about more of these teams, but we do not have time. We are ready to get into our first game here. So let's head over to John and Blank to bring you all the action from game number 1.
Thank you very much, guys, over at the desk. It is so good to be here. 2023 is underway here in Europe now. Blank, we are ready and raring to go.
Yes, we are. I mean, it has been a long time coming, and I'm really, really excited to see what these players can actually achieve here, because I do think this has been a region, a set of players, a set of teams that have been on the rise for a long time now. And I think this is the first time that we're going to be seeing, going into this match, going into this map of Erangel, you know, a very, very much coerced type of team, type of region, where we're going to see a lot of good players coming through and a lot of players that we know can perform, actually perform towards the top. It's been a lot of times before where we think to ourselves, this is a good player, and then they come into these tournaments and they just don't do as well as we had hoped. But I think that right now, here at Erangel, we're going to see some fantastic players coming to Europe, and there's a lot to go over.
Absolutely. First of all, though, we're going to go over this plane path, starting in Georgopol down towards Novo. It's a fairly even distribution on the plane path there, Blank. Not really too much cut out.
Yeah, easy peasy. A lot of teams could be able to get towards where they'd like to be here, John. I don't think anyone's put out by this one in particular. You know, looking at some of the drop spots that might be coming through, you know, we have goats going down towards that western side. A lot of these things were happening in scrims on the side, though. MUERTE Power, you know, you might see NEXUS head down towards that side. NEXUS being one of those teams that wasn't particularly strong towards previous iterations, but I think they've added a lot of strong players to the team now. And I think that whoever is making decisions on that team of who to add, who to remove, and what to keep is making some strong decisions so far, because they were quite a minor team at the start, but I do think they've now built quite a strong roster. I don't think they're going to be one of those teams that we see, you know, absolutely blasting out of their mind, but they're a team that has a lot of potential coming into this tournament.
I feel like that's quite important, though, moving in with momentum. You do have a lot of lead time into this one, but you can't afford to drop maybe more than one bad week if you want to be looking to move further forwards into the format of this tournament. Obviously, every week it's top 12, right? But you want to keep that pressure up wherever you can, because we are going to be starting to trim down on the teams sooner than you might expect. I mean, I know we've got a lot of days games of to play, but it really starts to crunch down. Northern Circle on the shift, keeps Severny in the swing. Unicorns are love up in Zaki. We'll be happy about that one. And the drops out late, not really going to be too poorly affected, but it keeps that central river as a main divide in this next circle.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, Max put it best here. There's a lot of violence and momentum going to be required going into this first week. We do have 6 days of gameplay coming up ahead of us, which is very, very important to consider, because after that, it's going to be 3 days a week with our phases heading on towards the end. So obviously, this first week is a very, very good chance to initiate that kind of momentum, right? If you had a good first 3 days, then after that, you can really pick up the pace and feel strong about yourself, because you only have 1 day off. Most of the time, that's not enough to actually refigure out what's going wrong for a team or what they need to improve on. However, for the team that is ahead, this is great news.
Oh, Matic shut down there on a little bit of a forwards position in North George. And P&L gets away with it, nearly going down, but stays alive. No meds, really. It's still very early in the drop. Bandages will be the only thing to patch himself up there. We'll be able to loot a little bit more. A couple of teams in North George. 3 teams have dropped up there, with KONINA Power down on the south side.
Matic, a really strong player when he's in the right situation. And I think that he has this kind of gamble approach a lot of times, these 50-50s where you'll see him play and you'll feel like it's going really well for him, but he does fall quite early, quite often.
Ooh, Fash for KONINA Power. Branches out a little bit too far. Shut down by Furia. Playing on the south side of crates in the warehouse. This is a really, really heavy drop here. And it's really, I mean, this is speed and violence. This is what Max and Hugh were talking about.
Absolutely. And if you haven't watched since last season, we had a little bit of a UI upgrade as well, so we see a lot more things on the screen for ourselves, particularly down towards that bottom side. We're looking at the players' resources, what they've got left ahead of them. Particularly good thing to see is actually how much ammo entirely is left, which may seem like a small thing, but very important towards the end game. KONINA Power, however, having a very bad time as Furia steps up once again. They do lose the vehicle to the depths, but that's okay. They found themselves an elimination point off the back of it. And again, aggressive play style is important now, specifically with winner-winner chicken dinners, only giving you that 10 points, whereas eliminations are now a lot more efficient towards getting towards the top of the tables, with them still being a juicy 1 point value ahead of you. So you're going to see a lot of eliminations coming through. A lot of teams are looking for those early engagements, already throwing a spanner into the works early in terms of drop spots. People aren't afraid to take these fights anymore, and it's more important to be a team that has confidence in these early stages.
Eliminations are going to be moving up to be about 1.5 to 2 times almost as more impactful on the standings in this tournament. So chasing those early, like you're saying, is going to be very, very important with that point shrinkage on the placements. I'm really enjoying the idea of it, and so far I've been rewarded with a little bit of action to kick things off.
Which is always what we want to see. So a lot more action coming through these tournaments so far. If you're a PUBG Mobile fan, I think you're going to be even more happy than when you were before. And if you've just started tuning in, this is your first year, it is going to be an exciting year to say the least. I mean, last year was very explosive. A lot of different teams coming into the fold, even with a new world champion crown. A lot of different dynamics are coming through now through into the scene. I feel like we're really getting to a good place in PUBG Mobile's history, honestly. So this is going to be a very, very fun tournament. It's going to be a lot of tournaments around the world as well. But you know, EU, it's probably one of the better ones. We've got the best players. We've got the best players, and we've got the best guys to bring it to you as well, especially with Mr. Maxman as well as Kalaris over on the desk.
Absolutely, I'm always happy to see their shining faces. They're such a positive force in PUBG Mobile. I think it's safe to say. Always glad to have them, but we are glad to have these teams in as well, getting underway with things, getting underway with some. Oh, it's a pretty cool logo there. Looking at the snake fangs there for Creepy, bearing the brand. Moving in towards Gladiators, who did lose a player early. Remember, Matic did go down to the other side of their little North George crunch. Influence, Dimension, both with their eyes out that way. They will have heard those gunshots earlier, so definitely alerted to the fact that there's at least 2 teams in their proximity.
Fortunately, Gladiators did descend into the cave and now are met with a Viper. Is descending down upon them with 2 fangs. Obviously, Matic already leaving the lobby. That leaves them just at 3 players. Unideal situation for them. You want to be able to cover a lot of ground over in North George. It's difficult when you start to lose a player early. One sightline can mean everything. You can see right now Gladiators don't have anyone scouting up on the roof side. KONINA Power, again, lose another player up on that top side to ARR. Not having a good start to the beginning. You see this, that extra sightline can be important, but when Meku hits shots like that, it becomes non-existent.
I mean, that's how you win global tournaments right there. Landing crazy shots. Quick little cheeky spray, fast reload, all confidence, no hesitation. Influence takes the knee. Cave, potential here to get the res. I mean, they're behind that ridge line. There's a lot of time for them to be operating with. Unlikely that Gladiators push up. KONINA Power eliminated in the meantime. Wow, okay. Already the first team to fall, and we're only a couple of minutes into this first match.
Yeah, excuse me, as well as AAR picking up 2 points apiece there. Avalanche obviously starting off that tyranny over on the crate side versus KONINA Power and Fash, but they since left. They will be able to pick up that 1 elimination. That sightline from Cave, though, was a little bit bold, right? I mean, just peeking head over the top side, giving Meku an excellent lineup there. I mean, you surely know this is going to be the team that's going to be heading up towards North George. They've headed towards this position a lot of times, and effectively now Cave are split 2 and 2, which gives the guys from Gladiators just a little bit more room to play with. This team has suffered a bit from hesitance in the past. I think when we watched them over in the PMGC League stage, they looked really strong, they looked really good, but they could not do what was necessary in those final moments to really put all the gas on the line, go down to empty to try and take themselves through, and ended up being a little bit of a lucky final game for some teams. However, I think they could have definitely done more to make it further in that tournament. I think they did have the potential to see themselves towards a very high ranking towards the grand final itself. Unfortunately, we're not able to be there. This time around, though, it feels like Gladiators are going to try and take it all the way, but losing 1 player off the back is bad. However, you can already see the skill from these players with how quickly Meku was able to dispatch that 1 player up on high.
And the good news for them is that they are on the northern side now of the river already, and the circle has shifted up that way, so no difficult crossings. The move east, we've seen be a little bit fraught, and the fact that they're still there is fairly interesting. ARR have managed to move up to the north side of the river already to their eastern edge, and the evacuation from Georgia Bowl hasn't come through yet, which generally is the standard rotation path, right? When you've got one of these circles, get out to the east side, start setting up for a potential crossing.
Absolutely. I think for Cave, they're going to try and move a little bit early. I think for Gladiators, they understand that they're going to need to play a little bit more cautious now, down to 3 players, maybe sweeping some of these sides. Cave, on the other hand, can get further ahead and try and leverage that man advantage they know they have. KASIK will lose 1 player in there of Kaz. Now, we've talked about a lot of long-standing teams so far. You know, we've got Gladiators, see Major Pride, MADBULLS, all coming into this one. But Dagestan 77, another team that we definitely need to keep eyes on. Doing very well in the PMEC. I think there's a team that has a lot of potential coming into EU. So we'll see how they fare here. It's quite difficult to determine exactly who is going to come out on top here. But we do have our reservations. We know that there are a couple of teams who are very, very good.
A lot of talent on display. Unfortunately for Influence, wasn't on display with them. It did manage to nade himself for Cave. That will slow their eastward rotation and give Gladiators a pretty solid chance here to move up a little bit less impeded. You can see they've already moved a player down to the south side. That's Meku operating on the shoreline of the rivers. Tixi takes the outpost towards Dimension. Oh, they know he's behind that tree. Difficult extraction for Dimension. Smoke's probably needed. Or a swing by on a vehicle. Pick someone up. Get them in a little bit faster. First zone, or even second zone, they should be okay to stick it out for a while.
The Dimension, like you said, this is difficult. To get him out of action, so a smoke drop down there will give him ample time to retreat. But already, Gladiators know they need to keep moving up. Kitsune takes a couple of shots on his side, will go a little bit low. And without vehicles right now, with Cave being able to dominate the majority of North George, they were able to find all of them. Meku sends a few more shots that way. It's not quite enough to do the damage. And it looks like Cave is just leaving. The Vipers heading over towards Gladiators, looking to apply the poison. However, found themselves set back against a couple of eye patches who were far from done yet.
MADBULLS hold the ridgeline against the Scout. Coming through, Limbo. Wants a little bit of info. Not going to be too keen to go and get it, though. Certainly not against the MADBULLS roster, although it has been chopped and changed quite a bit, Blank. That was the big sort of talking point for this roster. We'll see how they can pull it back together. Zerich standing up for them. Ooh, rounds look good, though, on the back of the UAS. 2 players pop out the side of the smoke. It's only damage, though, at this stage. It will shred those meds, sure. The armor will take a hit, but not getting a knock there for the MADBULLS does actually give them a little bit of trouble. A lot of teams now in their locale.
But smart move here. Everyone tries to get back to vehicles. They're going to try and move this one back up towards the gas station, try and get a little bit more damage done, because they know there's a lot of healing going on in this situation here. VIRTUS.PRO are up on the hillside. Now, I really do like the roster that MADBULLS were able to put together here, obviously remaining with Zerich on the team, but Chulika coming through from VIRTUS.PRO, a strong player in of his own right, as well as Frozen, kind of plays that same role that we saw from Effect before, and Zerich able to back him up nicely. So that synergy, although might not have been built, you know, those 2 players, Zerich being the enabler and Frozen being that front man, that is still available to MADBULLS. So again, very, very well done in terms of creating this roster around what already works for them, and the damage is massive with another sent in. This is really, really well done. Now they need to apply the pressure on towards these players.
This is the test for Dagestan. This is the team that you said you wanted to see some sparkle from. Some spark of ingenuity, something pulling it out the bag, and to do it against MADBULLS, it would be excellent to see. Oh, Frozen. Heard spotted behind the wall. They do have that little hop up that you can get from Limbo if he jumps up onto the top of the burnout U as the Abbott flights up into the wall. They're already looking to stick that res. They do manage to get everyone back up and alive. Limbo boom down on the outside. Keep looking to heal. Chulika hesitant to go through the second doorway, waits for backup. Staying safe, has two players watching this door frame. The spray down looks good. Is it on target? Able to get one. Nearly lining up for a second, but Molotov burns away. And Dagestan have it all to try and hold down. Tulika Frozen still active on this door frame. A wild card. Zerich falls in the back, but Frozen goes in and burns himself down. He melts under pressure. Fortunately, the backup's there. And two players survive for MADBULLS to take down Dagestan.
VIRTUS.PRO off in the wings, though, can cause a few problems. Really well done on that push, though. Molotov into flashbang. Usually you can get out of the Molotov straight away, but a flashbang on top of that, creating massive chaos within that room. MADBULLS did move just a little bit too early, but you could see what they were going for. As the Molotov actually ebbs away, that's when they would try to move in afterwards. But again, what a massive play coming through from MADBULLS there. You can see they did really good right off the back. The spray down into a lot of damage, set the guys from Dagestan back, and then from there they did not let up, which is exactly what you need to do. We see too many times a good spray down just into a stalemate, and MADBULLS did not let that happen. Very, very well done. AIR coming up over towards Sly.
Not going to have too great luck on that first one, but do get the trade-off and a second knock as well. Two players rolling on in to try and keep them alive, but ARR fending off well. Planting their feet. Two players active in a 2 versus 2. Having lost a player early, they need to keep it together. Looking for those flushes, but they're low HP. 1 versus 2. The spray's good for 1. And now into the 1 versus 1. ARR looks to go around the side. Has got the auto shotty in hand. Through the window. Launches it. Skeet shot down and Sly eliminated.
Horribly dangerous now for AIR. Gonna have to see if they can find their way out. That one, unfortunately, do not, but 6 eliminations found is good. Remember, that's only 4 points off a chicken dinner now, so those eliminations are really important to them. However, Cave did come up on that one, were able to sneak a couple of shots in. Unfortunately, already taking damage. I think that's from Shockwave along the way.
Reloads coming through. Shockwave trying to regroup. 11 teams now remain. And fewer still, and all 4 players alive. If Cave can get that res, that'd be great, but dimension in the sticks. Shockwave putting them under pressure. Positions now started to become a little bit more scarce, Blank, as teams start to move forwards. I feel like this is a really good pace for this game so far. With the increase of value in elimination points, ARR have had a great time. 6 eliminations, 6 points for the game. Great news, even though they've gone down in 11th.
Yeah, it's gone quite well there, and I think that, you know, they took the momentum, they ran with it. Yes, you don't get a huge amount of points in terms of placements, but it's really nice off the back of those elimination points. This is this massively well thought out push coming through from MADBULLS, but we're back on board with Cave, trying to hold it down inside a small shack as DP rock upon him.
Cave. 3 players still alive, but the nades continue to bombard through and take down a second with the shots through the frame. Madness knows there's a last player there and flushes him out. Excellent push coming through from Dark Project. 4 players alive, 4 eliminations as well. They're looking pretty good and set on that western edge to play on that sweep style.
Really nicely done that. Again, this shack, though, has proven a lot of problems for a lot of teams. You get yourself set up in it, but then not a lot of places to go after that. It becomes a little bit of a death trap here. Nexus, on the other hand, very much chilling on this eastern side. A lovely compound to play around with. Great sightlines down the road that cuts through this circle itself. So this is good news for them. Game Lord, similarly, also down towards that southeast side. Not doing too bad for themselves. You can see them on the right side of your screen there. But it's MADBULLS with a really big split, trying to take up as much room as possible down towards that south side. And we know that a lot of these players have great ability to hit their shots. Tulika, Flyke, Frozen, Zerich, you know, all players that are proven within their own right. It feels almost like a unicorns roster, right? You know, they pick a lot of good players, but I do think that this can work out.
South side becoming very, very valuable on the hills. A lot of open ground surround the Nexus compound. Could be difficult for them to get out if it shifts away. Dark Power. Project, sorry.
Dark Power.
Dark Power, I mean, maybe. I mean, they're currently sat there, 4 players alive, 4 eliminations so far. Will need to take on Shockwave, who have been pretty effective at suppressing positions so far in this game. Ivaneska looking to move up, move those vehicles, reposition for the rollout that they know is yet to come. The zone started to crunch them in already. Shockwave almost disengaging from this suppression, but Terminus is staying behind to slow things down. Put that spanner in the works for the Dark Project.
Yeah, they know that this is a death trap, and Terminus is kind of playing this front man at the moment to try and catch anyone leaving, but a horrible time to get into the vehicle there, and Shockwave realizes their time is up. Terminus not in a position to take those shots and will just leave instead. They could probably rotate over towards that northern side of the lobby. It's only Unicorns to look up there with 3 players, but Shockwave, again, on these open roads, difficult to get through, and Dark Project will take their shots. Really good reposition for them towards some high ground to try and take shots towards Shockwave, who have been harassing them so much. Now the smokes go down. This is open broadside towards any team behind them. That includes the guys from Unicorns of Love. And now NEXUS try to assert a little bit of dominance.
Excuse me, nades over the top, gets the flush and a knock onto Terminus as well. Shockwave down to 2 active, 1 knock. More bombardment still to come. This western edge getting crunched on in, but they do need to be worried about Dark Project moving through. In the meantime, MADBULLS have started to coagulate towards that south side, coalescing their forces, leaving Frozen at the back to control any potential sweeps coming out from that west edge. As in rolls Dark Project, they move straight on through the Shockwave position, try to pick up an elimination, sure, but they get across the road. Even Eska will get sprayed down across the way. Excuse me, pick up that point. Madness down on the push up towards Shockwave. Aza will fall last, but Dark Project get torn apart on their move.
Latte there really putting out something magical, but it was the barrage of bullets coming through from Excuse Me, currently up to 7 eliminations. Made up of some of the players from Pioneer on that last season. They're doing pretty good here. Havlik also on the team, pretty stalwart player for them. Not entirely exceptional, but a very reliable player. I see here Black is probably one of the players that I would really put my confidence in. Some great shots coming through from him last season. And now they're stuck inside the shack. That's where things get difficult. But again, a lot of eliminations already accrued for this team. Now sat ahead by 3 from our top elimination team in the lobby, other than MADBULLS, who are at 4 points. But again, this has been a very aggressive lobby so far, John. The elimination points very much split towards all of these teams. So it's nice to see that they're all really putting value on these elimination points as being the ones that will drag them towards those finals at the end if they want to qualify.
KASIK getting that line up. 2 players full. Very, very quick to the Game Lord roster. 7 eliminations now for Dark Project, though. They managed to piece it back together. Nade over the top towards the Excuse Me stronghold. They do need to move this way. Damage on the armor there. Not going to serve you too well, but it's better than nothing. We'll be happy to have it. If all else fails, VIRTUS.PRO dead center on this next circle. Do Dark Project even want to crest this ridgeline and push past Excuse Me, or try and break out? The teams that were in front of them tried to do. Game Lord getting shut down, shut out. NEXUS controlling these sightlines. Unicorns of Love as well, having a little bit of an entry into it, but everybody's taking damage.
I think you look towards NEXUS at the moment, having a very strong spot. Unfortunately, they are down the hill now, so difficult for them to actually get up towards in position. But right now, they cover a lot of ground. Unicorns of Love over on the north side, a lot of high ground to play around with, can take shots down towards Game Lord, but they're more than happy to sit in spot. Fortunately, as the game goes on, a lot more of those nades will be available to throw down towards Game Lord's position, which is what they will have to be aware of. In the meantime, MADBULLS are really clearing out the lobby, doing very, very good amount of work there for themselves, looking to clear out this western side and play from there, realizing that one of the other major threats should be NEXUS with that compound that keeps them safe for so long.
That's not going to be good news for Excuse Me. This shack is so deadly. But Madness shut down on the approach there. Nicely found, but unfortunately, they post one straight back, and Madness can now get res. 2 players alive for Dark Project. They're in the zone, but look at the MADBULLS. They are starting to close down this stranglehold on the south side of the circle. They've been slowly marching forwards, trying to hold their flag, wave their banner, and make sure people know that they are the defending champions here in team name, if not in roster.
10 eliminations so far for Dark Project, really good, but this is one of those games where you feel to yourself like this is happening maybe once every day. However, the way that MADBULLS are currently playing, this is something that they can keep up in the long run, right? This is very methodical. Dark Project has just taken a lot of these fights and reflexively and also almost instinctually won a lot of them out, which is great in terms of mechanical skill, but can that drag them through the rest of the time? We'll find out as we go on. Was only in game 1 at the moment, but Dark Project in a tough spot and more than likely to go down here.
But with that point rebalancing, 13 points on the game, I mean, that's kind of nuts, right? Like, they managed to get so much value from this first game overall. So really, really interested to see how it all starts to pan out. Certainly taking that aggressive, fast style to heart. Really great to see. MADBULLS now under pressure from NEXUS on the far side of the circle. It shrinks towards VIRTUS.PRO, and both of these teams on their flanks will need to start to push in.
Yeah, VIRTUS.PRO have a good spot, but it's a spot surrounded by absolutely everyone. NEXUS have a really good position to take shots towards anyone coming out. It's a very nice bit of cover they're currently playing with here in the trailer park. MADBULLS will have to move in away from that position. So Unicorns Love have sightlines, VIRTUS.PRO have sightlines. The only thing that's going for them right now on MADBULLS' side is in terms of their roster size at the moment. They're currently 4 people still up, which is really important. Unicorns Love down to 3, so are VIRTUS.PRO. It's only NEXUS and MADBULLS on opposite sides of the lobby that are currently with 4 players. Unicorns of Love, though, look to be more preoccupied with taking down NEXUS as they try and leave this plains, this open flat in front of them.
There is so much barren ground. How many vehicles do they have at their disposal? They are on the further side of the circle.
Ooh, that's nice.
Slightly closer. Look at the smoke train employed there by MADBULLS. This is a crossing that I think about 3 teams have tried in the last couple of minutes, and none have done successfully because there were too many teams waiting to do it. But now that they can just lay down this smoke train, there's nothing stopping the MADBULLS moving through into the circle, up to the rocks, and up to cover.
Really, really nicely done there. Able to get towards some hard cover, albeit very limited hard cover. Now NEXUS have to make the same kind of thing happen, but already Zerich taking some excellent shots through the smoke. Flyke even taking shots down towards VIRTUS.PRO, and this hasn't gone the way that NEXUS had hoped so far. Not much hard cover other than the vehicles that they currently employ, and not quite in the circle either.
Not just yet. Sprays through the smoke, really slowing things down. Unicorns of Love, they see it's very fashionable to block these smoke trains right now, so they'll try and do the same, move up to the tree. They are in the zone, but with a sandwich filling is not where you want to be. And that's exactly where Unicorns find themselves, between the 2 breads. And they are going to have a tough time of it. Sprays still, though, flying through those smokes towards NEXUS from the MADBULLS camp.
MADBULLS hitting some extraordinary shots so far, and NEXUS can barely do anything other than try and deal with Unicorns of Love off in the distance. Right now, NEXUS have to bring up some of their players back into position, but the circle pushing them in all the time, and Chulika is even making a mad push over towards the guys from VP at the moment.
Puts a nade into the shack, and that's going to be devastating. Doesn't manage to get another knock, and the heal dots go through, but there's the flush. VIRTUS.PRO, 1 player active now, and MADBULLS, they've been playing this by the book and operating super efficiently in this match. Playing so well. Chulika looks for the final, moves in, but does finally get shut down, but a sliver of HP now for VIRTUS.PRO to keep them alive in the shack. If MADBULLS can push in, can clear this one out, they will be able to do so, and now they hold a pivotal position in the circle.
Really good stuff there from MADBULLS. You wonder how many smokes they have remaining. NEXUS, on the other hand, down to a very, very sad position here with only Dora and Octavian alive. MADBULLS have Frozen on high, looking down. Unicorns of Love also in a tricky spot, and this feels all but done right now for MADBULLS. In a really, really good position so far. Octavian will most likely go down here to the blue, and Unicorns of Love being the last opponents for MADBULLS to remove.
They know exactly where everyone is. Frozen on the high ground as well. They left that player up there as a backstop. 3 players moved down. Chulika did fall, but they have got this one tied up. It is their game to lose. 14 eliminations already. And we questioned the roster changes coming through, but MADBULLS make the statement. The title is ours. Come and get it.
Really, really well done there from MADBULLS. What an incredible game. Not only the highest elimination count in the lobby, but also the chicken dinner on top of that. Yes, the chicken dinner's worth less, but MADBULLS don't care. They'll go for it regardless. 3,649 damage, a huge amount coming through from them. What a fantastic game. Quite a tough little end game for a lot of these teams. Nexus getting pushed out on the side, but again, if it wasn't for the fact that MADBULLS had some extremely good shots and were able to manage, I think it was almost 3 teams at once. Each one of these players very good in their own right. And again, like I said, with Zerich being that guy that's able to enable Frozen, Flyke from MUERTE was performing very, very good last season. And also you've got Chulika now on a team where it feels like he can excel and he's no longer that one player that does very well and is held back a little bit. He's fully at the forefront.
It looked like they had several impeccably played maneuvers there coming through. The MADBULLS roster looks disciplined, looks strong. Let's go over to the analyst desk.
Holy moly, what a masterclass shown by MADBULLS in game number 1 of the tournament. That was immaculate. We've got a lot to talk about here, Max. What a performance coming out from them in this first game.
I mean, we had our questions, right? Oh, the roster change, breaking up Zerich and effect. How is that going to potentially have an effect on the team then? And well, a positive one, apparently, it seems for them. What a game. And everything was played to, I would say, almost perfection. The way they've been scouting, that push on Dagestan super early on gas station, like that was not an easy push. The way they just rocked up and lost no player in that fight too was just so important for them. And at the end, that smoke road. Like, I rarely see a smoke road where you don't have a single pixel where you can get shot at, but like that was a perfect smoke road. And the fact they do it before anyone else in the lobby that technically should have moved before MADBULLS, they just take full control of that circle and you just can't escape them. Like, what a showcase in that first game. Wow.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff. There are so many moments you could talk about in terms of how they executed that out. But as we take a look at the highlights coming on here, Dark Project actually started things off pretty strongly, I want to say. But let's move over quickly to the Dagestan breach. This is where MADBULLS' campaign really started here. And initially, Max, I thought the Dagestan was actually doing all right, holding these angles that Zedra was, but wasn't getting the flushes off of the knocks. And that really caused them problems against effectively what was MADBULLS' big push.
Well, James, I could tell you what happened. Chulika happened throughout this entire game. He's just the YOLO man of the team, it seems. He just pushed VIRTUS.PRO later on in the game and he didn't even have his team. He did get eliminated at the end, but this guy just full sends it. He's just the rabid dog of the team, just sending forward, and he's going to get some elims. But it's been working great. And Dark Project, very opportunistic team. I think that they're really good when it comes to especially understanding which position they're playing in and how to use those nades, because I think the 3 squad wipes they got with through nades alone almost, but opportunistic MADBULLS. They just know that fight is ending. They know the teams are wounded around them. That's the time to push. That's the moment you take that one opportunity, gain control of that terrain, and just already start focusing on your next move. And that's why MADBULLS was just so dominant, move after move after move. It was just great strategy. It was such a good game. I loved it.
It was. Every move they made was really, really impressive. Chulika, you can see him here. And I think one thing that, one way to describe MADBULLS really well is kind of bloodhound mentality. When Dark Project took that little shed that they were taking, instantly MADBULLS was on it. And in that moment, we were theorizing how you actually kind of defend against that. You've got to smoke off those windows from outside, right? A little underhand smoke nade, try and get that going. Because Dark Project was going from util to util, picking things up wherever they could with the teams that they were clearing. But if you give MADBULLS an opportunity to get just one nade in there, they'll take it and then dislodge you. And that's kind of the anchor point they need to move into the next stages of the game for the next positions, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for MADBULLS too, one thing I didn't even have time to talk about is that right after that fight versus Dagestan, they had 2 players knocked. Once again, surprising they didn't lose a single player in that fight. Then they send Flicker to the high ground south of that gas station because they just want to have a good overall overview of where all the other teams are to then initiate their approach. That was the way to go. But, I mean, Zerish, he's still popping. No need for effect.
1,233 damage, and on the first game of the tournament. That is huge coming in from Zerich here. Again, just every way they were able to position themselves. You talk about that smoke road, Max, that they were able to lay down. Initially, I'm thinking, that might be a little bit too early, but they know way better than me at that point. Having the angles that they do have there and then sending Chulika in the way that they do means that they're kind of exerting so much pressure on all these other teams that have to get into the circle whilst they've made it already.
Yeah, they moved before all of the other teams that had to move before them make it, and that means that when you're in that position, you're catching all the other teams with their pants down pretty much, and they just cannot fight back because they have to move through flat terrain or with absolutely nothing to work with.
Yep.
That is why MADBULLS could dominate in that finishing circle, and even though some other teams technically maybe had better positions, just seeming how dominant and confident MADBULLS were was just enough to turn the tides in their favor, and the reason why I predicted them that game, because they were not going to stop anytime soon.
And that's a good point. Let's talk about those predictions briefly, because it was 2 of you guys were going for MADBULLS, 2 of us were going for NEXUS, and I think when we justify why we were going for NEXUS, they only had 2 eliminations during this. It's not exactly the biggest of games for them. But having Junkyard, Max, in that circle potentially has a lot of power. Unfortunately, they were one of the teams that had to try and make a move happen first, but obviously didn't in those final circles, and that puts the thorn in their side. Because there's no cover outside of Junkyard, Max, to be able to move to when everybody's taken spots.
Yeah, but fair play, no, they did go out to the blue zone because they just, yeah, there's no way we're going to survive this. No amount of smoke road is going to keep us alive, so it's just better to just go out to the blue zone. And yeah, prediction, good by me. What's going on? 2023, new year, new me, apparently. Yeah. Strong game from them, and the fact that MADBULLS, once again, get in that position first, there was no way NEXUS make that cross.
Now, the thing is as well, when you look at these predictions as a whole, the fact that you guys call MADBULLS, I mean, we called MADBULLS a lot in previous seasons, right? Because they are so strong, they are so powerful, but there was nothing about this game that was handed to them. Nothing given. Constantly transitioning, constantly moving to be able to chase teams, chase circle. So this is a very scary omen, I think, Max, for the games to come, because if MADBULLS can look this good when they're having to chase the game constantly, and oh boy, if they get a circle, then I'm scared.
And the fact that they did all of those fights and rotations without losing a single player, like, I do still have to express this once again, how it is impressive that they do not lose a single player. They instantly get rezzed back up as a 4-man team, and they're already thinking of what the next move, what the next rotation is going to be, what's the next setup, and they just do it so flawlessly and so quickly at that teams around them just don't have time to really adapt and to, like, for example, with Dark Product, they don't have time to heal from their wounds after their own fight, because then MADBULLS instantly crash on your position. There's no smokes on that shed. One nade, boom, the fight's done. That is how quick they were in this game. And this is just game 1, and they were just already this impressive. We got, I don't know how many games in total. We got a month and a half of games. It's scary.
I don't want to see them do this every game. I mean, that would be really cool, but I do want some other teams to have a little bit of a chance here. And let's talk about some of those teams that have bigger chances but maybe slipped this first hurdle. Gladiators, we brought them up at the beginning of the day here, Max. They are a team that we have our eyes on. However, getting caught in like a chokehold almost against Georgia Pol and not being able to transition properly, and then only having one vehicle to try and make that mad dash. For Gladiators, despite the circle being north, this wasn't the best start for their tournament.
Yeah, I think they tried to just pre-shot, maybe predict a circle was going to go south of the river, but then they just tried to cross over. I think it was Kitsune that was maybe first over the rivers. They're just like, okay, let's join up onto Kitsune, but then Cave start pushing north of that river position, and then you see the circle of phase 2, it goes back up north. They're like, oh, we have to cross again, or we go for the wide rotate, or we go through Cave, and unfortunately Cave just picked up a few along the way. They do keep some players alive, they make it late in a circle, but when you have a MADBULLS that still has like 4 players alive and they're just that dominant, you're going to need a full squad to go up against them. So yeah, it's the first game, you know, it's fine. I'm hoping that we're going to see some fixes on that, but not the rotation we expected in Northern George from Gladiators.
Yeah, and speaking of kind of rotations for a circle like this, I was hoping for a little bit more from Shockwave. They dropped Severny. They had technically what I would consider a home circle advantage for this one, Max, but maybe a little bit slow to the punch. What do you think?
Yeah, a little bit slow. I mean, I think that they could have got... you said maybe they couldn't have gone for Nexus position in that game while we were discussing during that match. There was just a lot more options, but definitely not Nexus. Damn, the name escaped me for a second there. Wow.
Unicorns of Love's in the...
not Unicorns of Love. Shockwave. There you go. Shockwave.
Oh, there.
A little bit slow on their rotation, but the thing is, in those late circles, they should not be a team pushing. They should be a team currently defending that circle because they should have top priority on those kind of locations. So it was a little bit surprising. And though, as you mentioned, Unicorns of Love, their main drop is Zaki. You're dropping in a position where Northern George, you're going to be having Gladiators almost every game unless their group is not in the game. I don't know if that's going to work out for the long term. Might need to change that eventually.
Yeah, Zaki's a hard place to rotate from, never mind any threats that actually do pose themselves from there. But anyway, thank you to Monster, of course, for joining us here for PMPL EU Spring 23. As they join us, I'm going to go grab myself a Monster whilst we're actually watching this game go on. It's time now to head to the commentators. We're going to Miramar, the desert, with John and Blank.
Certainly going to need something to quench you over in the desert, and a Monster, the perfect way to do that. Blank, we are going to be heading on into the desert. We saw a demonstrably monstrous game from MADBULLS in that last round, so going to be hoping to see that again from them.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see what happens here. Major Pride making their entrance here to MUERTE as well. You can see how well these two teams do. Dark Project surprised me in a way. Nice amount of eliminations. A really strong start to their day, at least in terms of confidence against other teams. But there were a lot of teams here in towards that final game where I felt like they made a lot of right decisions, a lot of good calls. But it was really MADBULLS having basically some of the best players from this region on side and all playing out of their minds, which was really, really fantastic to see. And I think that when you look at this team going forward, this is a team that, you know, really could rise to the top quite quickly. Yes, they split up a lot of their members, cycling into some of the other teams, but I do think that MADBULLS has rebuilt in a way that is very, very effective here. Speaking of effects, still with Monkey over on Major Pride, see what they can get done, but no longer enabled by a player like Zerich. But hopefully some of the other teammates over on that side can fill in that role, or in fact even take up that valuable player position on that side indeed. So Circle, not quite on a screen yet, but the playing path coming across from El Azahar to El Pozo. A lot of these major positions on the map, very open. VIRTUS.PRO dropping out almost immediately, heading over towards El Azahar here.
A hard southwest shift on the circle as well. So now El Azahar early drop may be curtailed by the need for potentially early rotation here. We saw the sweep style from MADBULLS work out on Erangel. Will it reappear here with the hills on that south side? It might be more worth it to just try and send a little bit closer early. And a tale as old as time, it's Picardo up for grabs and under conflict.
Picardo almost certainly always pretty valued very highly on the list as one of those central positions on the map, but also a position that certainly always has two teams within it. Now, we've seen a lot of stalemates in the past between teams over on this side. Hasn't worked out very well for them, but hopefully we've got KASIK team as well as one other in the vicinity that can potentially make something happen here. Excuse Me didn't look too bad at all on that last match, hitting some really favorable shots and getting into a strong position. Some good nades though, however, did eliminate that spot entirely. Again, very difficult to really predict a lot from that last game, other than the fact that MADBULLS were so effective there, purely because of where the circle ended up, John. It was very, very flat, open ground. Like you said, it was barren. Nothing was growing there other than the growing sense of fear from the side of MADBULLS coming through to dominate the rest of the position. But a lot of that was based off the back of really good play. They saved up a lot of smokes for that actual one scenario where they had to cross to get towards that hard cover. And honestly, if that rock wasn't there out in the open, it might have ended a different way. And even on top of that, they had to take shots at teams as they crossed. So very, very difficult indeed. But we could garner at least that some of our more resilient teams in the lobby were the ones that made it that far. Kind of discounting NEXUS out of that one though, because they had a very strong position to begin with, one of the strongest within that circle, if it doesn't move away from you.
We'll need to try and gather all of that territory that you can and try and move on through. I feel like the plays that we saw from MADBULLS, we saw three, I would say, distinct, very strong set plays, and I think that the smoke train was very impressive, like you highlighted, and the fact that they did it so early as well. They stopped anybody else making that similar move, so hopefully they'll keep their wits, as they will probably have to move south from El Pozo. This Picardo standoff not really going to come to loggerheads just yet. Beck on those sidelines for Excuse Me, the most south position, the most forwards position for the Excuse Me roster. KASIK team, they seem to know what's up. Eyes on the monster truck for English.
Doesn't want to let anyone get out of here. English moving across from MUERTE to KASIK team. Pretty good player. Had his pop-off moments, but again, you don't really want those players that only have certain times and certain days where they actually hit those really, really good momentum movements, right? Because I think English is certainly one of those players where if the moon was out and it was the right type of wax, then you would definitely see him perform extremely well. Other days kind of felt non-existent. So hopefully English has kind of flattened out that bell curve, maybe a little bit more reliable, a little bit more consistent. That would be nice to see. And already if you've got your bingo cards, you can cross off consistency off that one, because we say it practically every single tournament.
Definitely going to try and keep that consistency on side. Eliseo is a player that we've seen a lot from in this region, right? He's hopped a couple of rosters, this time finding himself up on Avalanche, and we'll be looking for that very same consistency, Blank. We've seen a lot from him before. Hopefully in this boiling pot, he will be able to provide some good soup for the season.
Hopefully. I mean, honestly, for Eliseo, he's kind of provided a little bit of seasoning to a lot of the teams he has been on. However, the taste has dulled quite significantly as we've headed through a lot of these tournaments. I think that, you know, when we saw him towards the beginning, when he first made his debut, he looked really strong, a player to be feared. But we've added more and more players like that into the actual region. And I think now he doesn't feel as spicy as he did once before. We've got a lot more players that can fulfill that role of Tabasco here in the region. And I think that, you know, for Eliseo, there really did have to be a lot of self-introspection coming through from a lot of these tournaments. What did he need to improve on? It can't stay the same anymore. And moving over towards another team, hopefully he can make this work, because he did feel like quite a selfish player at times. And hopefully this time around, you know, he's looked at that and maybe brought that back just a little bit to play a lot more coherently with the rest of his team, let's say.
Standoff no more in Picardo. KASIK team and Excuse Me both will start the fight. They are right in the edge of this next circle, so they've got a little bit of time to play with, but they're giving up that opportunity to move further south and get a better position in order to go for this engagement. However, with the new points scoring system, it might not be as unfruitful as this sort of situation has been in the past that we've seen from teams who post up and go for this battle in Picardo that lasts for the first, say, 15 minutes of the match.
I think that, yeah, when you look at this circle, it really does put the onus on moving quite quickly down into it. Picardo was one of those really strong positions where you have a lot of options ahead of you, but when two teams drop here, it's quite difficult to leave with another being in the vicinity, especially when KASIK sets themselves up like this. This is probably the most infuriating thing for me, especially when you play Picardo, is when a team gets on top of the building you're currently playing in. It's almost impossible to leave unless you do get at least one knock onto one of the players that is playing Scouter. In this position, it would be Striker. So for the guys over on Excuse Me, what they ideally need to do is get one knock. But even that one knock is not enough, because then they need to leave, quickly readjust, reaffirm their position, and get another knock before they can start clearing out these other players that are left high and dry over on this building side on the apartments. But again, already a lot of other teams have moved. You know, we've already got VIRTUS.PRO moving across from the eastern side and Los Leones, Cave also in that area. But MADBULLS, teams like Avalanche as well as Go are already in some strong positions at the moment.
Of course, with the team changes as well, we are seeing some new teams, right? Go exactly as you highlighted there. First match of the season for them. They're going to be looking to play on that south side. Unicorn for KASIK team. Wings on the side of the head, but not flying just yet. Excuse Me. Taking the pain to them. Moving through, but it's still a little bit slow with the circle shift further and further south. The time is really ticking away on this.
Yeah, it's a real stalemate. Again, this is the kind of play that I don't enjoy, because they got a single knock there, but at that point in time, you need to get all players up, ready, raring to go to assault that building whilst the res goes through. You get one knock, you don't do anything with it. You are essentially just going to stick around Picardo for a very long time until the blue actually moves you across. Excuse Me realizes this and try and get down low. Unicorn tries to hit some shots through, and in the meantime, the circle has moved even further south down towards Chumacera. Major Pride find themselves in a very good position with VIRTUS.PRO quite close to them.
Oh, Unfortunate for excuse me. They try and peek out and just get completely shut down there. A nice knock and flush, very, very quick. And now this is the opportunity. Can they capitalize on it? They were looking for it before, but it didn't really go their way. Now they have the chance again, but GameLord have now moved in and have oversight on this to slow it down even further.
Yeah, this is the issue that you do see here, is now that teams are encircling this area like vultures. GameLord may have not moved quick enough, but they can certainly capitalize on the remaining members here over in Picado. A frustrating place to be. Looking down towards the south, though, you can already see Major Pride on the outside of Longhouse, with VIRTUS.PRO managed to making their way in. Now, this is odd, particularly because Major Pride has been in this position for so long. Now, either they favor the outside edge of this building, but that Molotov going through almost takes down the player, but won't just quite get to it yet.
Pushing through, VIRTUS.PRO with a standoff of their own as Picado continues to have a solid undertow of tension. Ready to sweep anyone away who steps out into it. The push coming through from Major Pride. They have gained that foothold. Really looking for it and to try and capitalize. Now all 4 players are into this compound, but a shutdown, that's a third party coming through on that engagement. Looks like Sly Europe will be taking part in proceedings, but off they pop, and the nade is good for one. Traded off as VIRTUS.PRO able to slow it down yet again. 2 players up and active for them. The res is probably going to need to come through onto effect. Major Pride stumble slightly on the start.
Trying to move in. Nomi, player that's been kind of working his way up through the ranks of a lot of smaller tournaments, now finds himself on the side of Major Pride with some very big names here as well. Folly takes a lot of damage. Purple will also be out, so we do have this 3v3 action over on Longhouse at the moment. However, Major Pride, it gets a lot scarier as time goes on. We already saw SLY taking a third-party shot over towards their way, which is not good for them whatsoever. Being on the outside provides a lot more open shots towards them. The Longhouse itself, yes, it does constrict the playstyle from VIRTUS.PRO, but provides them a lot of safety. And with this kind of shift down towards the southeast side too, now it's happy days for a lot of these teams. And Major Pride have had to set themselves up inside this smaller building now, realizing that third parties are going to be more and more effective towards them. It just doesn't provide them as much cover. Longhouse, you're going to crash onto it. You can capitalize off the back of that crash. A crash onto that smaller building, it's going to be absolute chaos.
This is the second game in a row we've seen VIRTUS.PRO just try and get as central as possible in the circle and hold a little compound. Seems to be their style moving forwards. With the format change, could prove to be fruitful. I was talking about it before the tournament, Blank, and one of the theories I had was that everyone's going to be trying to fight. You just want to get out of that fright and try and survive as late into these games as possible.
Gladiators losing a lot of members on the approach here. Another reason why I didn't have too much faith in this team, unfortunately, is just that streaky play style. First day, though, adjusting to a new format, adjusting to new aggressiveness found in these teams, which was something that was almost trademarked by Gladiators in the beginning when they were in HVP and Na'Vi. Now, a lot of other teams are taking this approach. The one thing that is in saving grace for them is that Gladiators are typically a team that is very good at adjusting to the meta of the lobby and figuring out what they need to do next. So if you're a Gladiators fan, and you look at them right now and you think to yourself, you know, maybe they're not performing the way you would like them to, you know, they can bring themselves out from some very, very deep depths and actually look very good in the future. So today, you know, Gladiators maybe not doing so hot, but in future, you might be able to see something spectacular. So we'll just have to wait and see with this kind of team. There are other teams that aren't doing so hot, which we can kind of discount for the time being. But I do think that Gladiators, you can't really call them done until the end of the week.
But in this game, they are getting closer and closer. Not going to be ideal for their start. 2 of their matches to be played. A little bit of a tumble. Okay, so this is potentially where Matic came a cropper. Did manage to hop straight back in. Robs wasn't on the lookout, so seemingly just got away with that. Fair enough, but unfortunately, the rest of the team not so lucky. GameLord on the northern side. They slowed down proceedings in Picado and now have moved further south. Now they are butting up against Sly Europe on that northern edge. It's the next circle soon to pop.
Excuse me, takes another knock there. And now with placement points being really not that much, eliminations become a lot more important, as we said before, but these stalemates in Picardo are almost never worth it, in my opinion, because KASIK has really forced his stalemate. I wouldn't say that all the blame is on Excuse Me. They did lose a couple of players, and that's just mechanical skill, but for KASIK, they're going to go down now, more than likely, with only 2 points found, with Excuse Me more than likely going down to the blue there, as we can see. They're not going to get a lot of points off the back of this, and it's unlikely they'll get even further into the game, so this is just a real throwaway from both of those teams on that side, but most of the blame would be on KASIK in that instance.
ARR rocking up to the shack, and Avalanche trying to suppress them, move them slower. KASIK eliminated, Excuse Me down. Not having a good time. Major Pride, looks like they've managed to weather the VIRTUS.PRO storm for the time being. Move themselves into at least some semblance of safety. Taking on Avalanche in the process. PNL, Elisio both down for Avalanche on the overlook. As MUERTE chime in now from that northwestern edge. The forwards position from Discrim looks to try and pepper the back. Will be good for one knock, but moves it back away, regroups, repositions for the rest of the team.
I really like this from MADBULLS, though. It feels like they were really paying attention over in that league stage of PMGC, because taking up a strategy that pretty much 4AM was known for over on that side, which is taking down the shack over on the south side, yet it doesn't provide you that huge advantage over towards the north of having high ground. But what it does do for you is if it comes down that way, you're almost ensured a win. It's very hard to actually attack any players from that side because you have so much cover from the left and the right, and if players start to crest those edges, then you can quickly take shots towards them from relatively good cover. So I like this from MADBULLS, learning from past teams, past mistakes maybe, and trying to elevate their gameplay with that.
Really happy to see if MADBULLS can convert onto a second good game on the trot. Even if it's not a chicken dinner, you know, if they're coming top 5 with a couple of eliminations, it would be a phenomenal start to proceedings and might even on its own be enough to see them into that top 12 for the end of the week. Or the end of these days.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, it's so cool to see because, I mean, it really is, and when I say MADBULLS, I really do just mean Zerich. And if he's calling these shots at the moment, you know, and also putting that amount of damage, he is a very valuable player. And it's surprising that he stayed behind. We don't know the full details on that, but the roster around him looks really solid at the moment. Game Lord didn't do so great in a couple of their past tournaments. They were one of the greatest, and now looking a little bit lackluster. However, the group has stayed together. They've got a lot of good players on that team. Narvalo, Victor, all very strong. I think one thing that is very interesting is that Robs has really pulled his socks up over the past couple of tournaments, with Narvalo maybe not performing at his best. Victor also not really performing over in those earlier tournaments, so Robs had to bring something special to the lobby, almost becoming that shotgun specialist for them. In the meantime, MUERTE taking shots towards Go, and with the area slowly enclosing, we're seeing much more fights coming through at the moment.
Next circle starting to encroach very, very soon. Goat, they played quite far south early, and now they're sort of left on the outside on that western edge. Didn't really move far forwards. They're in a similar position to MADBULLS, but they didn't take that choice that MADBULLS opted for, getting a little bit closer on in.
Dorfin, great position for Go at the moment. The only issue is it's right on the edge of the circle. And for the time being, it provides some a very good vantage point to take shots down towards a lot of these teams, but eventually they will have to move. There is a couple of positions they can head over towards, but a lot of them are kind of lateral movements on the circle side. Moving further in, on the other hand, a lot more difficult, especially with Avalanche in front of them in one of the stronger compounds of the lobby. Difficult stuff to see here.
Nades over towards MUERTE. Moving in, they smell blood in the water. I'll try and snap this one away. More just pouring on through, using a lot, actually, to try and bombard these players. We'll be able to get both of these knocks and get value from them in the end, which is excellent news. Happy now left standing for MUERTE, last player, further in and to the east of this position. I wonder if Goat think there's a third player waiting in the wings there, or even a fourth. We'll continue their bombardment, but in the meantime, Game Lord can move a little bit further south, potentially spot Happy out.
Game Lord slowly moving their way over the moment. Sevenya trying to make his way in. Over towards Happy, as you said, who is in a very unhappy spot at the moment for himself. Down his look, but Game Lord getting harassed, getting peppered by Go at the moment. He said this is a strong position. It will remain to be a strong position until we do see Circle 6. Dark Project started things off with a bang on that last game, but there's been a bit more of a fizzle here, trying to get their way into position.
Goat, all four of them playing coalesced, and a lovely nade to pull Madness out of the car. Brings that forward position down in power and stops the parallel rotation that they were going to have to contend with. Unfortunately, shots from across the way as Game Lord chime in from all the way up that north side. A second knock over towards Madness as well. That might have been a flush actually coming on through. Brings down the threat, and they can reduce it. Make sure that they're safe, pick themselves back up from the Game Lord knock and start to move forwards. But Dark Project. I keep saying Dark Power. I'll get it in the end. Dark Project's really starting to wane away from that position. MUERTE finally taken care of.
I mean, a little bit risky there, honestly. MUERTE, Happy finding actually 2 knocks, and that might spell doom there for Game Lord as Goat zooms over the top, finds their opportunity. If they can move over towards this northern side, happy days. They can move towards a position that is a little bit more safe for their liking. But first they have to deal with Game Lord. But Happy has made this a lot easier with the amount of damage he was able to put in. Now it's just on the onus of these gunfights. Great nade over the top though from Robs. Again, this player has stepped up tall. Unfortunately, won't get much more done here.
Don't want to be too tall on those ridge lines. You will get your block knocked off. Lickety split. Piper on the top line, looking for 2 players down south. REI for Goat as well, still active, looks for a heal. Smoke dropped, they want Endorphin back in the fold. And a nade over the top from Narvalo keeps the cat amongst the pigeons. Goat having to fade away just a little bit, can't commit to the res just yet. REI got the heal off, has got a little bit more HP to play with, moves out wide, spots Akashi. Flush coming through as well, knock over to Narvalo. Now 1 player left for Game Lord, and Goat are looking to hold strong. This is a new entrant team. This is a strong performance coming through from this roster against veterans in the lobby.
I think for Game Lord, they haven't done so hot recently, and I think for Goat, this is a good test against one of the teams, like you say, who are veterans within the tournament, but their run is not done yet. However, 5 eliminations is strong here. Some really good repositions and usage of the M249 just to keep Game Lord at bay. You saw Narvalo trying to pull off some cheeky movements there, throwing out the nades to eventually try and reposition just a little bit so he can take shots afterwards, which just shows how skilled he is. But it's not enough right now as Goat keeps reading the plays that Game Lord is going for. Akashi will fall off in the distance. He was their backstop, but unable to stay there too long, which has proven really troublesome now for the 2 players underneath for Game Lord.
Where do they go from here, though? That's the thing. They can't push up into Goat. They know they're going to get pushed back. If they try and push east, ARR are there. Maybe they have to try and fall all the way out the back, but even that's going to be under the purview of Goat, and it looks like they're going to take the option to try and just move straight through ARR, and that is very, very dangerous. There already is a setup, and you can see already 1 player down. Narvalo manages to squeak on through somehow, but how much further can you get? To the roadside shore and a little bit of cover.
I mean, you can't count Narvalo out, though. This is his specialty. Yes, he's not been able to bring out that same kind of performance, a huge amount of eliminations, but living, he can do that thing, no problem. Fortunately, those placement points just aren't as valuable anymore, but getting at least a 2nd, 3rd, or a 4th place is something, and something is what Game Lord would love to have right now.
Avalanche were in a strong position on the edge, but now they're probably going to have to leave their compound in the next shift. Goat want to challenge them for it in the meantime, and Jay will fall actually to a Molotov from himself. That is really not great news on the front to hold against Goat, but luckily they did manage to get a little bit of damage on in. REI, though, close, playing behind the crate of his teammate there. PNL wants to hold the outside. Drops the smoke, a little bit of cover. ARR not wanting to push up here. Dark Project moved all the way down south, but MADBULLS are more than willing to take that challenge.
Great, looking to pick up a little bit more meds, maybe some more ammo there. His M249 was running a little bit empty, but Alicio moves out. Great shot with the DBS, and that will be GOAT team finally down. 5 eliminations. We're able to hold their own quite well on that western side. They are in front of the guys from Avalanche. 1 knock still through, and now MADBULLS have to make this treacherous move up towards the circle itself. Again, if they move south, they're in a very strong spot. Nice little split from their side, but now they do have to move through some tricky terrain. Luckily for them, there's not a lot of players looking their way, and that nade coming down from Nexus is troublesome.
The 2 players from Dark Project to MADBULLS probably biggest threat right now until Nexus have dealt with this engagement here on the south side against Team Doom. Another team that this is their first entrant of the tournament so far. And Nexus, their challenge. 3 players alive for Team Doom. It looks like they're corralled into a pretty shoddy position here. And Nexus not wanting to fully commit. I think this is wise given the next circle.
Yeah, you don't want to move further down this hillside. You want to remain in your position, but they can keep throwing nades. Kind of dispel that position from Doom, which would be good. But Goldie finds himself a nice shot with the M4 over towards Keme. He's split from the rest of the team. Bad news for them. Luckily, there is an answer in the form of Kapahala taking some shots downwards. Now, Doom, 2 players. Can they continue this way? Now, Valor, again, specialty at surviving. Basically, the Bear Grylls of EU finds another elimination over towards that western side, but Avalanche, again, they have to move.
Books a hotel and stays safe for the night. Narvalo keeping it ongoing, finally taken down though, unfortunately. They found out, in effect, cancelled that reservation. Moving forwards for Major Pride, and the rest of the team yet to follow, but unfortunately they've got a scuffle on that north edge to deal with themselves. We've also got Matic still in action. Avalanche have moved. This is a big shift down towards the south, and MADBULLS will be able to get some oversight here. Slide Europe have sightlines. Dark Project will be the first to hold off, and Avalanche are crumbling here.
One interesting play as well to move down towards the south side. You can see if they would do it, they're looking for eliminations. But honestly, this is a crazy move from them. Cave looks down towards Major Pride as another one falls there. Monkey in the back lines now just effect in front towards that position they held earlier. Nexus, though, will quickly stop that one. MADBULLS, though, will take this opportunity, moving up towards Avalanche's spot, trying to get further in. Chulika falls, though.
Will be taken down. The backstop for them eliminated as Nexus smell that. They are able to capitalize. Really, really disciplined and well played there to catch that back foot and trip them up. But there is an answer. There's the spray down over towards Doran. The nade over the top, and looks like MADBULLS, who were looking to try and take down Avalanche, are now going to turn their attention back over towards Nexus. Their contenders at the end of the last game. Looks like they want to take it here with 5 teams remaining.
5 elims now for MADBULLS, looking really strong. 3 players, might not be a lot, but the only other team with more than them is Nexus. Everyone else down to 2 or just 1. Those few players could prove a problem, though. The Tati does go down to MADBULLS, moving through. We'll see what Nexus can get done. From up on high, a strong spot, SLY in the way, but MADBULLS, like an Avalanche themselves, moving through this mountainside.
4 players on the top. Nexus reposition out wide. Slide Europe want to hold off as much as they can. A push out from Mandarin around the side, but it's just not going to have any luck on that one. Reflect now left last standing for the roster. MADBULLS were hoping that maybe there'd be a little bit of more of a scuffle there to try and capitalize on, and Effect is still going. For Major Pride, all of these teams have pretty solid elimination counts already. As Flyke moves up, Octavian spotted on that ridge line. Oh, a reposition there. Effect got cheeky.
Again, though, another game where Nexus makes it quite far through. Just great news for them. Keme, Doran, Octavian, Kapahala, previous Eastern Stars team here. Nexus picked themselves up a nice squad. I think getting pushed out of Eastern Stars has really allowed the guys from Nexus to rethink the scenario. Beautiful shot there from Kapahala on long range. Sticks his head out for just a little bit too long.
This is the final circle now, Blank, and teams will have to push for the center. At the moment, it's Reflect.
MADBULLS down below at the moment. little bit of a struggle. And Nexus still holding the high ground, but eventually that circle will require them to move in. Reflect all in his lonesome, hidden by some smoke. Good stuff from Major Pride though to keep one player in the picture, but only 5 eliminations. Nexus still strong. Flyke though pops up, will take down Kapahala. And again, it's this fast-paced gameplay coming through as they quickly reposition.
Without effect, this game is completely different. And Torin takes down what could have been a linchpin of holding MADBULLS off right now. The player falls, and if MADBULLS understand that that player has now gone, they can start to move. Reflect down in the grass near the tree. I don't know if Doran spotted him, but there's shots finally flying through, and Keme will be able to pick it up. Now it is Nexus and MADBULLS yet again in this final circle. The blue zone pushing through. A lot of damage over towards Kapahala, but they still have the numbers advantage, and that could be all it takes. Kapahala down low, knocked. An early pickup, an early flush as well. They want that point. They will be able to get away with it. Full HP on these players as well. MADBULLS bided their time and pushed in late into the circle, but a lovely light up and a line up as well over towards the MADBULLS top rope will put them down on the back foot. Frozen falls, and now 1 versus 3 for Flyke. It might just be too much. Nexus want revenge for match number 1. Octavian moves through, but Doran falls. Flyke still active and finally shut down. Nexus take the bacon.
Really, really well done to Nexus there. Yes, they faltered just a little bit, but they could not back down. And I think that's the most important thing for them. 2,800 damage done there. Really, really nice stuff. But it was a tough game for Nexus, but I think overall, holding on to that high ground position was really important to them. They didn't push it too far down towards that south side, maintain that top spot. Yes, they took a little bit, a couple of unfortunate shots, honestly, John, but they made do with it.
I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to take those eggs and make an omelet. You know, it's even if you're not the ones breaking them. Exactly. But we are going to go to a short break and head back over to the analyst desk after Nexus take down the MADBULLS.
Well, Nexus here from the high ground, able to get themselves into a very good spot. That is 2 games back-to-back that they've had a decent spot to play from. Unfortunately for that first game, not really going their way, and having to contend with MADBULLS here in game 2. Both of these teams, Max, in fact, getting a lot of points in these first 2 games.
Yeah, already 2 games in, and some favorites already kind of standing out of the competition. And I mean, this time around, Nexus had a high ground position to work with, and they just played the very, very slow approach. There's a lot of fights still happening on the east, but they're just like, let's leave the teams to leave that position. We're not going to get fully involved. We're going to remain as a 4-man team. And the moment teams start to approach our location, they're going to already be somewhat wounded. Yeah. They're going to have the full advantage on that one. And MADBULLS, respect to them, they play that game really well, but the high ground of Nexus was just too good, especially once they get access to that little shed plateau position.
Yeah, they should not have been losing that, and indeed they do not, as we take a look at the highlights coming on in from this. And again, in this area of Miramar, very hilly terrain, a lot of teams can coexist in this area, Max. There's a lot of dips, divots, dives, especially if you've got car coverage as well to be able to work with. And we saw that a lot on this west side, actually, where technically Avalanche had a great position in terms of the compound, but weren't great at slowing down some of the approaches to them. The rest of the teams were going to end up dealing with each other, though, before Avalanche had to make the move, right?
They were slowed down significantly, especially when Jane mollied himself. That was not really going the direction they were expecting. But yeah, I'm surprised that GOAT had the time to waste time, pretty much, I would say, for Avalanche, and it really slowed down the approach for them to start crossing that road. So it was interesting, but at the end, as you said, there's a lot of good positions you can play around the western side, but the moment that circle shifts, all hell breaks loose, and then everyone's going to try and crash onto Avalanche or try and just cross the road. Unfortunately, not many teams make it through. Actually, no teams make it through from that position, except for a few that survived a little bit longer, but then it's just the showdown between both Nexus and MADBULLS.
Yeah, there's a few problems that exist as you take a look at the final moments here with blasting through these smokes, and it actually did so much damage. What a good sweep here eventually for Nexus to be able to take out MADBULLS. But let's talk quickly about how that actually works out for the teams on the west. That road almost acts like an artificial river almost, and the big problem that exists for all of those teams trying to make that cross is the fact that nobody's dealt with Major Pride in the north that'll have open angles onto them when they're trying to make the move. So the circle shifting away from them really didn't do them any favors, Max.
Yeah, Effect was able to just buy a little bit of extra time. I believe they got himself, what was that, a 4th position in that game as Major Pride, thanks to Effect. So it was a good rotation, but unfortunately, the moment that the smokes dissipate, Effect is there, they don't have any working cars anymore. All the other teams pretty much have a high ground position, have information on you, so the team couldn't make the cross. Effect does get a 4th position, but yeah, as I said, that road/river kind of position to cross for these teams is not going to work out. Avalanche, I think, could have done it a little bit sooner, but weird thing for Avalanche, they go south into all of those teams, so they were not going to last.
All right, Nexus Gaming and MADBULLS, the head-to-head, because these two teams have been doing great in the previous game. They're able to do it here once again. Nexus playing it quite slow from a high ground position that they had, and I think that's totally fine with the eliminations they're able to garner from it here, Max. As long as they're playing it steady up on the high ground compared to MADBULLS on the low ground, it is difficult for the MADBULLS to convert on this game, I think.
For Nexus, you just don't have to take unnecessary fights, and they don't that entire game. They just keep their resources, keep themselves up as a 4-man team, and the moment they know that teams are going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage, going to have to push their way, they're just going to receive them with open arms. So yeah, I think Nexus played the slow game. This is a position where you play the slow game, and look at that, it works perfectly without losing a single player until the very last minute.
Got to agree. Really, really well done by them here as we take a look at the numbers coming in overall. Nexus trying to emulate and replicate what we saw from MADBULLS in the previous one. Not quite the stretch that they could make it up here, but GOAT doing a lot of damage. We saw them kind of in a lot of those fights on that west side, and I think we were critical of how fast they kind of got towards those late circles, right? Because they're dropping in Valdemar, correct me if I'm wrong.
Exactly, yeah. I wanted to actually point that out. I wanted to see GOAT team be the first team to be in where Avalanche were. I think that if they get in that position with their gunfire they had available at hand, I think they potentially win that game because Avalanche's position was just so good. The reason why you, myself, and also Blank predicted Avalanche in that game is because they were just looking in such a good position. But yeah, GOAT a little bit slow on the rotation. It's just a second game. Maybe they can speed things up a little bit. But Piper was the MVP of PMEC. Once again, potentially the hardest PMEC to qualify into a PMPL for. So being the MVP there does mean something. So the gunfire is definitely present for the squad.
Yes, it is. And let's take a look at the predictions that we made. What we're doing with these predictions, by the way, is we're actually keeping a tally of them. We'll keep that throughout the tournament. And we're predicting around the 15-minute mark. You can barely see in the distance that we all predicted Avalanche based on the position that they had. John went with MADBULLS. Wow, a double MADBULLS prediction. How wild, how bold coming in from Mr. John Allen. But admittedly, the position that they were playing from, not technically the easiest one, playing up the hill from there, but it is MADBULLS, Max. We know that they've got the tenacity to be able to do so.
Exactly. Unlike last game, they had information on where all the teams were. Here, they didn't really have too much information. You said there were positions where you could, you expect teams to be, so you should go in with those expectations. But
yes,
even without that information, they still went guns blazing. And Talika, calm down a little bit. He just went solo into a full squad of Nexus at one point, holding on at leash a little bit from time to time, and I think things will work out. But Tulika is a madman already.
That's a good point, because I do think if they had Tulika up going into the final moments of this game, they'd probably win, to be real.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yes, Nexus still has the advantage in terms of position, but look what MADBULLS has been able to show in the previous game, as well as how much they could have maybe happened in the late stages of this game with 4 alive. But socials are socials. Let's check in with those as well. We have new socials as well that you guys can check in with, specifically PUBG Mobile EU Esports. And so you should be able to follow all those, and you have a chance of getting yourself some nice goodies as well. Max, look at these. What's going on down here?
It's called Parachute. I want that one. Yeah, if you go follow over on Instagram, you can win one of those. We're going to be giving away some skins throughout the entirety of this PMPL, so keep your DMs open. You might get a nice DM coming in with a skin code. If you're nice to me, that is. Okay, it's random, but yeah.
From Max himself, who really enjoys liking his own social media posts. As we
I still do it. I still do it.
He's weird like that. All right, we're going to the casters. It's going to be Sanhok. We're going to the jungle with John and Blank. Let's do it.
Hey, you got to have confidence, right? You got to like your own posts every now and again. I feel you, Max. I'm on your side there, making sure that you're keeping up to date with all the latest. Of course, with the latest news here is that we're heading over to Sanhok, Blank.
I mean, the no shame vibe coming through from Max. You can't really fault him in that position. He's so defensed up right now. You know, basically a bolster of a wall made of steel in front of him. You know, he's just running his own game at this point in time, and that's fine. But we are also running a game right here over on Sanhok. Got to have a couple of teams coming over to this one. A little bit more of a freaky deaky map, let's say. You know, it's a map where you can get a lot of things happening here, and again, with all the new aggression that we've seen and the elimination points being very important and more opportunities to hot drop. You know, you've got Paris, Resort, Ruins is a particular position people like to head towards. Painan, also a position where you can leverage a lot of good eliminations and over towards that high ground on the northern side. And I haven't even touched on boot camp, which is probably the first thing that pops into everyone's heads, as well as this video.
So we're heading over in. All of these teams got to be locking and loading, ready and raring to go. I mean, Sanhok, even before the format change, was very hectic, right? So we're going to have a little bit more, maybe, of those hot drops, maybe of that aggression. Are we going to see someone go for that heal strat? Is it even possible? We've been told it's not, but some teams can find a way.
It's definitely still doable. You know, I've seen teams making it very far. It does tick extremely hard at this point in time, to the point where you really need to think a lot more about your stims, your painkillers, in fact, just your actual adrenaline shots as well. These things are extremely important. Adrenaline shots towards the end of the game, very, very valuable. However, we do have this situation now where although you can get placement points, it's no longer a case of getting 8, 10, 12. That's not on the cards anymore, and it felt more impactful to get a 4th place with that healing strat, even though it was very difficult. But now it's not so much emphasized. So smaller circles, quicker times for that blue to push in, all of these things will leave for a much more dynamic game. Already we're seeing Game Lord dropping over on top of Excuse Me in boot camp. Painan, on the other hand, we do have Major Pride actually heading up on all 4 sides. Now, this is a really cool drop spot. It's one that I particularly enjoy a lot. Dropping on one side of Painan is difficult, and it means that more than likely you're going to get held off on that northern side, but it feels like Major Pride very confident in each individual player, which you have to be to make this play in the first place. Go as well, very typical drop spot with just to the east side of Ruins, with this kind of split that heads over, providing a lot of very, very good compounds. With the speed which you can actually recover and rotate, picking up one of these positions is going to be phenomenally good for them. Excuse me, lose a player right off the rip.
Gas mark 6 in boot camp already as it hots up there. As you say, excuse me, losing that player early. Haven't seen too many boot camp hot drops in a while here. It's a replay. That's not how you get past that wall. You've got to. It's a bit too tall there. Unfortunate, but Game Lord happy to pick up the point.
Yeah, that's kind of just panic mode where you just have to believe you are a kangaroo enough and you can actually clear that wall. But fortunately, it does not work out that way for Excuse Me, as the player makes a feeble little bunny hop before finally falling. Absolutely no gear on board either. Now, Excuse Me down to just 3 players and a lot of positions. Again, this is kind of like Picardo, where you need a lot of those sightlines, kind of like North George as well. And losing one player very early like this, real difficulty going forward for Excuse Me. And GameLord can try and capitalize off the back of that. Really northern circle as well, up towards Cow as well as Hatin. Unfortunately, keeps that confluence just a little bit in there as the river moves through. So teams like Shockwave, Gladiators, Nexus even over towards Tap Mock, a little bit confused of where to play first. Luckily for KONINA Power, they'll be able to head towards Paris Azur and not be too bothered in that position.
MUERTE outpost happy, getting something on board. It's GameLord moving away from conflict now. Teams on the south going to have the hardest time of it as the circle, the first one, will start to close. Akashi looking back, covering their foot tracks. Against Excuse Me. You probably don't want to follow too closely. You don't want to come back into conflict with a disadvantage in numbers here.
Looking at the live rankings on the right side of your screen as well, quite interesting to see because now it's much more difficult to pick up a lot of points, and again, our points totals will be much lower than they were before in previous tournaments, just because of a lot of those points actually just being completely removed from the system, with 5 points total gone from those chicken dinners and placement points overall. So you see this wild split at the moment, with MADBULLS up at 40 points after 2 matches. 20-point average is pretty incredible. Something that I don't think they'll be able to keep up with over the long run, but it is an excellent start for them. But then down to 27, 16, 13, 11, and then all in the single digits after that. A little bit difficult now, and some teams will have to think about getting a move on, getting some of those eliminations. Major Pride move up, and a double coming through from Monkey. Beautiful stuff to start things off, and Doom will have to leave with tails between legs.
There's not much you can do about that. That's just a clean two for... And the nade comes in to seal the deal. Team Doom in no position to really try and get some retribution, but GameLord, they've heard this pop off and they want a piece of the pie. Moving on up the hill, they are leading the charge with Akashi, the crawl towards the position. I wonder if Major Pride are aware of the proximity of danger here from Akashi. Doesn't look like he has too much nade to play with, as there's some utility. Now they step up, maybe look for a little bit of a challenge. Akashi yet to pull the trigger fully. All of GameLord are right here. But they aren't putting that utility in. You can see only 1 smoke for Akashi. They did only loot almost half of boot camp. They left the rest to Excuse Me. And now, Major Pride, that's going to be the shutdown. Valo pulls the trigger. Micro Uzi in hand. And the flush from Akashi. They know there's 2 players around now. Nades and Molotovs over the top, looking to suppress. Valo low, but not knocked just yet.
Dino tossing a nade there was pretty good and provide them a little bit more room to play around with. Yeah, going down from GameLord, not good. And this is the issue they fall into. I think that Major Pride are almost, you know, quite justified in not expecting this push so early, because GameLord has made quite a quick rotation away from boot camp, and honestly, Major Pride dropping where they did should have seen 2 teams drop into boot camp. So unless it was an instant clear from GameLord, they should not be here that quickly, and by doing that, they open their broadside to Excuse Me, who remain over in boot camp. Now, Major Pride could have maybe been a little bit more cautious, knowing that's one of the most obvious rotational paths for most teams coming out of boot camp on a northern shift on the circle. However, they were a little bit busy looting, which is something they weren't able to do very much in those previous games, so maybe got a little bit giddy at the idea.
Always good to try and snaffle down a little bit of loot, as everybody else looking to try and find their feet into the Sanhok. It feels like this was a hard shift up north, but not too much drastic rotation has happened. We do actually have 4 teams down south and out in the blue, which is probably why I'm feeling like that. You've still got the MUERTE near Sami. You've got Unicorns of Love, who have only just moved up north from Camp Charlie and Bantai. You've got Sly Europe, who are over near the docks on the southeast side. And finally, on the move on the eastern edge, you're going to have Dagestan trying to move on up. So that south side of the shift hasn't really been put under the same amount of pressure that it could be.
Yeah, a lot of these teams realize that they're not going to get some of the priority compounds. So taking their time looting for the inevitable clash that they'll have with some of these teams where they need to crash is not a bad idea. And particularly with how quickly you can rotate through this map anyway, taking some of the tick damage from the blue early on, not a huge deal as it would be over on Miramar. If, you know, you saw a Chumacera shift and you were still in Campo Militar at this point, you maybe would suffer just a little bit more trying to move in the entirety of the time. Some of these teams, though, very happy with the position they took. Dark Project with their botation, extremely pleased with the result. On this side, we'll drop out the vehicles now, try and swim towards the coast. Most teams do look towards that coastal side as teams come in, so if they can remain as much underwater as possible, that will be good news for them. Monkey, once again, popping off for Major Pride, finding some more eliminations over towards that top side. Currently up to, I think that's 2 eliminations so far.
Kitsune playing the high ground for Gladiators. This is the specialty that we've seen from this roster, right, on this northwestern island. They absolutely love to hold this mountain. It hasn't gone super well from them as of late, into the later part of the seasons, but hopefully they'll be able to rotate away from it now as the circle moved away. ARR, 2 players left against Major Pride. Tapok wants a nade in through, wants some damage done, but might struggle to find it. Teammate Low has to pop the heal, will be able to do so. Shockwave a little bit further over the hillside, and even closer than that, Nexus potentially a threat. Major Pride down to 3. The Monkey's on a tear.
Yeah, keeping it in business here, it has been Monkey so far. Effect not quite as strong as you see him in previous iterations of teams, which is a little bit unfortunate to say the least. Now down to 2 players, you know, ideally 3 more eliminations would see them in a fairly okay spot coming out of Sanhok. You know, if you're not going to get all of those juicy placement points towards that top side, you can at least pick up a couple of eliminations. Game Lord as well as Doom finally deal with the remaining members from Excuse Me, getting a bit of retribution for earlier when they took shots up towards them whilst they were trying to set up the kill shot over towards Major Pride. MADBULLS have moved on that western coast, in front of MUERTE, in front of Gladiators up towards Hatin, and now we'll just wait comfortably on this side, see if they can get some shots over towards Shockwave, catch them off kilter, and potentially cross the bridge after that. It's that bridge which is quite dangerous on the western side, connecting both the northwest island and the east.
Very difficult to maneuver around it. No one occupying it close just yet. A lot of off angles on it. The compound just beyond the bridge on the northwestern side, on the south of it, could potentially have some value, but ARR have left that. Goat, they moved across and up on this hillside, now looking to push in behind Game Lord. Game Lord, of course, losing a player in their earlier engagements on the push out from boot camp. They got a little bit of value for, but did take that punishment in return. And Goat may be looking to try and slow them down even further. Sly Europe have split up their forces as well. You can see Mandarin out in the southwest in boot camp. The rest, the other 3, on that eastern side a little bit more, moving into the south hills of Paradise Resort under the purview of Team Doom.
Yeah, Mandarin may be acting the hunter here, trying to track where some of these players have moved through, where they headed off to. Smaller map means that seeing those loot crates may be a little bit easier on this side. Unicorns of Love coming in behind Dagestan. Already lost a player, though, on the approach. Not ideal. Dagestan able to get ahead of them just a little bit, but with a lot of interesting terrain around this area. Perhaps Unicorns of Love can make something happen. In the meantime, MADBULLS Frozen will take their first shots over towards MUERTE, but that is far too bold for my liking. Standing on top of that rock while Dagestan get back into position. Now the rest of Unicorns of Love have to regroup, get into position where they can help.
Dagestan moving in with the backup, looking for the res potentially. They drop a smoke on the position close, which cuts down sight lines on the resing players. Mihi needing to get up just that little bit. Shifu goes up for a scout, draws attention away, creates cover forwards as well with a vehicle. Hasn't got up in smoke just yet, so a little bit more to play with. Nades over the top now being pulled by both teams. Shifu with a lovely high nade there, does a lot of damage, but doesn't really do much more than just back them off. Inoshi can't quite find an angle. They don't want to commit, seemingly, but two players crest the ridgeline, and now they need some answer. Excellent knock over towards that top side, but Beast has the beat and will be able to take another knock and a third as well. The duo, the ex-big duo, Mihi and Beast, doing a lot of work for the Unicorns of Love roster. Excellently found. What a way to take down Dagestan.
Beast looking really strong there. MADBULLS, on the other hand, looking a little bit weak versus MUERTE. They got the initial knockover towards them, but MUERTE has been able to be cleanly regrouped in towards this one. Milky Way does go down, shots going through the window, but now things are starting to turn around just a little bit. Chulika, the madman, slowly but surely decimating the opponents in front of him. Fortunately, his teammates are starting to bleed out.
Unlikely he's going to be able to get either of them back up and into the mix. Box one, maybe through the side as well. Launches a nade around the edge, but doesn't quite tag. Milky Way really needs to pop this heal as soon as possible. If it can be delayed any what way, then it will be good. Discrim flushed out. Tulika just wants these points at this stage. Still healing needed. We'll be able to find one. Tulika needs to heal as well. Behind the door, spotted around the frame. Maldi looks for the shots with the DBS onto the inside, but just sails wide with all of them. Has to swap up for the M4, the spray, the lineup. Tulika will not be able to find what they're looking for. And after a tear, the MADBULLS finally get humbled on the west.
Valo takes him down, but yeah, MADBULLS out now, but MUERTE also in a struggle spot over there, able to hold them out long enough that they will not be going any further. You don't expect. Game Lord robs, jumps down, passed over towards that rock, actually able to get into position. In the meantime, Gladiators, Kitsune, takes down a fair few of them, but it is Piper who will put the end towards Gladiators on that side, not having a good start towards their performance of the day.
Circle shifts, pops up north, and Dark Project with a massive slice of it. The hills are good, but Nexus in Tap Mock are really going to be fearsome to deal with here, Blank.
Absolutely. Valo and Game Lord not been doing too badly here. 6 eliminations, fortunately down to just 2 now. Now Valo and Robs, some of the original members of the team. First aid kit also coming through. This could be a resurgence for Unicorns of Love. Hesitant to say it though. And I'll wait just a little bit. I don't want to curse them whilst they're on a really strong streak. So I'm going to say, you know, Unicorns of Love, just the same as the past. Nothing good, nothing exceptional.
Currently split up around the back of Tap Mock, and they're going to have to figure out which way they want to go. With Nexus holding the middle of it, going through it is going to be pretty tricky. Not impossible, but very, very difficult. This is the fight. Oh, okay, with the auto shotty around the rock there for Goat to take down the Gladiators. The Gladiators made a pretty solid rotation. They went to that compound that I talked about before on that south side on the east of the bridge, but they just got swept away by Goat, unfortunately, there. Maybe a little bit bold on that engagement.
Just a little bit. Sees me down to 1. KONINA Power moving up. See what they can get done. In the meantime, Nexus in a strong spot. Maybe leverage this just a little bit.
Back on the south side, Lone Ranger, for excuse me, has a flush in hand. If he wants to go up and take it, he doesn't. Just moves the vehicle away, leaves the player out in the open. Thanking his lucky stars that he's still alive, but not really going to be resable there for Fash. Now, Valo might be able to pick up that point. However, in the meantime, as Game Lord pushing in with their last player, spots it, pick up the point. Thank you very much. 8 on the cards now for Game Lord, with their last player on the south side.
More Valo. We'll heal up just a little bit yet, but you're right, though. 8 eliminations. Really nice stuff to move this through. That's a good amount of elimination points, and that'll see them quite happy. Yes, it's not chicken dinner value, but still good value on the game, considering where they came from over in boot camp. And even finding another there over towards SLY, the quick 180 sweep from Narvalo to take him down. Kapala and Nexus now have to go up against KONINA Power. A test. Let's see what they can make do with it.
Nade over, doesn't find the damage from Nexus, and the shift is over towards that southeast side, so a lot of tap mock still in here. They'll be able to hold that east fairly convincingly, I imagine. Dark Project's going to have to move. Shockwave also. They have to move it on up. Beast, this should be an easy flush, but does he want to go for more instead and try and find the backup? We'll be able to go for a 1 and a 2, but there is a player up on high for Dark Project. That slows down this team on the north. Something awful. Could have been disastrous. A third player falls, and now it is just wait. As Shockwave get the angle they were looking for.
Just wait a minute, because he might be able to get the rest of his teammates back in action. A little bit difficult. They are all over on the northern side, a little bit out of the way, but that rotation, they don't want it to be for nothing as they slowly get players back on their feet. The blue not quite in as of yet either. Shockwave does find one over towards MUERTE, who surprisingly have got very, very far into this game, despite coming up against MADBULLS quite early over in Hattin. Not easy for them, and now Malloy has to make something special happen, but Piper has a nade, and that might just be curtains.
Oh, he stepped out wide. He's
oh my!
Duke it there. Sprayed down. Is it good? Not quite on target there. And Piper finishes the deal, tucks him away, and Endorphin stays alive because of it. This Piper has just been absolutely on a tear for the roster of GOAT on that southwestern side. 4 eliminations so far on the game. Very, very happy with this performance.
Still, you've got to respect the hell out of Malloy there. There was only really one thing he could do, which was move out into the blue. It takes a lot of courage to make that decision in that moment, because you only get one shot, one chance in that moment to make it happen. But Piper, too quick, expected that push out. Quickly dispatches MUERTE, but still, good game from MUERTE to get that far into the game. Only 4 eliminations on the cards. Major Pride with 5 eliminations will go down.
ARR make mincemeat in the shack there, but GOAT hear the shots. Piper and Endorphin can move forwards. They've got shotguns of their own, going out and into the blue to get in through the door nice and fast. Playing on the outside of the shack, though, it's pretty tricky and pretty dangerous here to move through for GOAT. They don't know where this player is now. They have lost that track fully. Any shift and shimmy could give that position away, but he's hearing them. He spots them. Oh, pops out, and that is absolutely known. Pretty low on the ammo. Can't really afford too much, but Piper sees to it that that's not even going to matter at all. Actually, able to spot a vehicle there as well. The east side looking pretty good still for NEXUS as they get a slice of it. Shockwave and Dark Project both going to have to move.
Yeah, Max mentioned that Piper, the MVP coming through from PMEC, he's certainly living up to the name so far. Really, really well done with Endorphin by his side. Able to provide that Guardian role. Excuse me, Beck. Surprised he got very far into this game, but now it's KONINA Power he has to deal with. With Palucci up towards NEXUS side. This might be doable, but not quite, as the nade comes through the window.
Looked like he might have been able to handle business, but unfortunately the stock value drops there. And will be in the red for the time being. Dark Project suffering heavily to Shockwave on this push, but they are answering with volleys of their own. They've taken down Trazen, and Ezra is already knocked, but will not be enough to keep that momentum going. Dark Project on the northern side will be taken out of the mix. 4 teams remain now, with Shockwave really suffering as well. KONINA Power under pressure. It looks good for NEXUS.
Does look good for NEXUS now. Again, a lot of open ground. Shockwave have to move up. Piper still has something to say about it, though. Decides to back off, though. Want to push this one too far. Over on that side. Azer the laser, as we used to call him. Great aim on this lad. Not quite able to take down Piper. He seems to be faster than light at this point in time.
NEXUS shifting. This is the first time they have to leave tap mock after this zone starts to shrink. Shockwave, they've been on the foot for quite a while. 2 players left on every other team except for NEXUS at this stage. KONINA Power's position very, very known by NEXUS at this point. But they are going to have to figure out something. A nice push forwards with a duo in the vehicle. Nice and fast up to a solid line rock. Right on the northern edge, and actually managed to get an angle on one of the KONINA Power players. Beautifully found. They know where the last is. Keme not so lucky on the flush out, on the run out, and lose it. 3 players now for NEXUS.
This is really smart from Nexus because KASIK stays behind waiting for this push out from Boldoy, which was necessary for the two players from Eastern Stars to get forward, but he has to wait for Boldoy to get out of this building before he can take his shot, and now he has to move. It's a little bit awkward. Can he make it happen? Before Eastern Stars, KASIK has to move, but luckily by him staying there, it has forced him to go down to the blue. But now, just two players from Nexus, a couple from SHOCKWAVE, but Piper's down, and really the biggest threat from GOAT is limited now.
SHOCKWAVE, they right on the top and they're not in the zone. They will have to get over this ridge line. Nexus have so much more freedom, and they know that Endorphin really can't move too much because of SHOCKWAVE. Aza falls, SHOCKWAVE down in third place. Now Nexus can look for a back-to-back chicken dinner here. All they need to do is find Endorphin. They know that it's not going to be on that hillside, so they're looking through the scrubland near these rocks. Doran moves up for a little bit of a vantage point. They're healing, they're stimming into the final circle.
Just two nades remaining. A lot of hard cover to clear here, but Octavian with two of them can clear the two nearest rocks in front. Smart by him. And with two players, refragging off the back of one another is very easy. But Endorphin is playing this one sneaky at the moment. So crazy to see Nexus, previous Eastern Stars, who were known for performing towards the late game, towards those late stages of phases, no longer here. Nexus is now performing at a height towards the beginning of tournaments. This is a great change for them. Endorphin looks to take down Doran, provides position. He's not down yet, but there's the refrag.
That's exactly what you said they were looking for there. Nexus take the chicken dinner. They play it from Tapmock, and they play it beautifully. A deserved back-to-back chicken dinner for this roster. 8 eliminations. This is a team that is challenging. They are coming out swinging into this year's tournaments.
It's really good news as well. I think the one player that I want to highlight the most there is probably Doran. You know, this guy, he's a young player, right? And I think that when we've seen him before, when he got picked up from some other teams over towards Eastern Stars, you know, it was kind of like moving into the limelight a little bit and made him just maybe nervous slightly. But here over on Nexus, he looks way stronger. He looks way stronger, looks much more well-knit in towards the team. And it's nice to see that with some vigor, right? Some motivation behind these lads. It's been a long time since we've seen that, especially KASIK, who seems to be making some extremely good plays, and that is honestly excellent for me to see. One of these players that, you know, we used to talk about all the time, fell off the radar a little bit. We know he can do well, and finally coming back into the fold. Beautiful stuff.
We were worried that it was going to be a rust apocalypse, but it seems like all these changes are going well for a lot of teams. Hopefully they can continue. Over to James and Max.
Thank you, boys. Yes, stars descend from the east as Nexus are able to get themselves the back-to-back big blast here coming in to day number 1 of PMPL EU Spring 23. And Max, looking at this, how Nexus played this out, it's Sanhok. It can get a little bit dicey, a little bit scary. They're able to play that lumberyard compound very well to be able to get them to the victory.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit dicey, as you mentioned before, after that game ended, right? If Dark Project are still alive, then potentially Nexus are not able to make that cross happen, but the sandwich happens on Dark Project, and then they just have an open position. It's still rough because it's very flat terrain, you got a very few amount of hiding spots, but they transition using their smokes, and they get themselves 8 eliminations on top of that one. Back-to-back, I mean, currently they're just setting themselves up as a team that I was expecting other teams to be up there, but Nexus Gaming, an OG, technically OG team of Eastern Stars from last year, dominating this well in lobby that significantly leveled up with all the new teams coming in from PMEC. I'm impressed, but I'm happy about it, so keep it up, boys.
Yeah, pretty steady pace coming in from them, and getting 8 eliminations on a Sanhok is nothing to scoff at as we take a look through 9th to 16th here. For some of the bigger names, not exactly the most traction gained here for our first Sanhok. But again, with a Sanhok like this, with a northern circle like this as well, you're going to have a lot of teams trying to transition from that south side, and that is going to create this total pile-up, Max, where not a lot of these teams are going to be able to find room. You're going to bleed out and be eliminated yourself.
Yeah, chances are in phase 2, phase 3 circles, you're going to have to take a fight. You might get eliminations, but you might lose a player here or there. I think that's what happened to Unicorns of Love, taking their own fight. And they were versus Dagestan 77. Beast was doing great. I think he got 2 elims in that fight, but then you're down to 3 players. Then having to go for another push later on, chances are it's not going to work out. And at that one point, it's only Beast versus, I think, the entirety of Dark Project. So it's not going to work out, but it was not an easy circle for these teams. So they had to adapt, and teams that were already north, like Dark Project, by the way, that did go for rotation it does work out from time to time. It does put them in a very good spot.
Yeah, like the rotation, let's take a look at the highlights coming in from this game as well. As we see, we're going to see a lot of edge fights, I think is fair to say, with these highlights. Because for the most part, when you get to these final circles, when you get into the late stages of this game, that center was very open. You're seeing as we're watching these fights play out, Max, and anybody's inability to be able to move towards the center of those circles, that you've just got to kind of scrap for anything you can find.
If you're a good edge sweeping team, you're going to be in a really good position on these Sanhok games. But man, the shotgun throughout 2022 has been becoming more and more relevant, especially since PMWI, where we saw ourselves Damwon Kia really make it seem a lot more relevant. And now it's just the Sigars, you're seeing yourself the DBS being played. If you're in close range, you're going to have to deal with those shotguns. And Piper from GOAT Team really showed how good the DBS was in his own hands. 6 limbs. I believe in that game, like, he was really shredding the competition here.
Yeah, he was switching around. He had the S12K as well. I mean, it's like, as we take a look over here, this is the DP going up against Shockwave, and I was surprised that DP wanted to try and push in towards Shockwave because it left them open to both Nexus and Shockwave in that moment in time. I think this was probably the falling point for Dark Project in this game.
I think the Dark Project, you've got to take one decision and just fully commit to it. Do you push onto Nexus or do you push onto Shockwave? The moment you do not take that decision, and that's what Az actually did really well for Shockwave. He just like, okay, I'm going to knock a few players. I'm not going to get too involved. I'm just going to go back towards my team later on. But he's just going to try and make sure that they're going to be stuck out in the blue and they don't really have a lot of options available. So they become very predictable to take down. So I think that was a good play from Az and Shockwave. But yeah, Dark Project could have been a bigger issue. And I do feel like Shockwave maybe should have cleared the entire team a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Terminus kind of gave up the angle pretty quickly as we take a look at some big numbers coming in from players. Piper being able to get most eliminations over on the side. Monkey from, Mad Pride, I'm hoping that we see a little bit more from them, even though you're getting 600 damage on a Sanhok game. It's kind of Sanhok numbers. You're not really going to be able to do huge numbers here on Sanhok for the most part, Max.
Yeah, pretty decent. But though Piper, I'm not really surprised. The MVP from PMEC, I mean, he really, when I say dominated, he really dominated. Like, every team he would go up against, he would take 1v2s, 1v3s, doesn't matter how it was going down, Piper was the one to step up. And on the map like this, and with, like, circle, sweep, edge playstyle that was working out for them, I mean, he really just showed up big time with that DBS.
Yeah, I think for the fact that they were 2 alive during those final moments to get 6 eliminations off of that and really kind of make a good run for it as GOAT, very, very impressive when it's Sanhok, when it's difficult to deal with, when you've got Shockwave having the top hill location to be able to kind of eventually take you out, difficult to work with. But of course, Monster is joining us here for PMPL as well, so a huge thank you to them for sponsoring PMPL and all of the exciting action going on here in the games, because we get to watch across all battlegrounds, Max, which is exciting. Even Vikendi's on the way later on down the line.
Well, yeah, it's still a week until we get there, but I'm pumped about it. It'll keep me nice and hot. But right now, looking at the overall points, 45. So I mean, you got 2 teams that'll just. It's a pretty decent lead to have in only 2 matches right now. Already a 20-point lead almost between 2nd and 3rd. Okay, Nexus and MADBULLS, they're looking, I mean, good. Very good.
I think the big question is, Max, when you look at Nexus Gaming in that #1, this is absolutely the Eastern Stars of old, right?
Exactly.
But sometimes they were very up and down with results. Can they keep that kind of momentum going, though, that they've set in these first couple of games is my question.
I mean, technically, they didn't even qualify for this tournament because they went back into relegation. They went into PMEC, and technically, they didn't qualify. I don't know what shenanigans they pulled to be back here, but they're here. But yeah, this is a team that I think did not show what they were truly made of in full season of last year. And they just showed up. I guess the scrims went really well for them, but I was not expecting this hot of a start game itself. A top 3 in the first game and 2 chicken dinners back-to-back after that. Like, I was not expecting that, but I'm loving the fact that an OG Western European team is doing so well in this kind of lobby.
Yeah, not too bad at all. But early days, time will tell here as we watch these games unfold. Okay, so Erangel is up next, Max. What did you take away from Erangel? I know that you weren't super keen on the Unicorns of Zaki drop. Neither was I too much, but that is where they're dropping at the moment. I would like eventually a shift somewhere else. What are you thinking for Erangel?
I mean, that was the one I was going to talk about, so actually. Because the circle was good for them last game, so it kind of made it work out in some sense. But if it goes south, it's going to be rough for them. I want to see Gladiators wake up a little bit. No, this is the team that we kind of hyped up at the start of the day. We haven't seen much of them. This is the team that, stuck together. This is the star team of this region so far. Haven't really shown up too good, and they have 2 drops. They have themselves, I think, northern side of the Western Bridge from Sanhok to mainland, and also northern George-PRO. I want to see them play around that a little bit more, depending on where the playing path is going to go. I want to see a Gladiators win. Hasn't happened yet, but eventually it's going to happen, right? Like, it is Gladiators we're talking about, and the scrims have been doing so well for them in recent times, especially PGIS. So I want to see Gladiators pop off eventually.
Yeah, their first Erangel game was definitely a bit of a rough one. You've got Cave holding them out, and then even when you try and make a mad send, having all of your vehicles taken away from North George as well as maybe a little swing down to South George really doesn't leave you with many options, especially if you're going to try and go over the hills north of Erangel and try and make something happen from there. But with only one vehicle, you're going to get blasted down. It's not going to be... No team really is going to make that work unless you get a little bit lucky, right, Max?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they lose players really early, so just remain as a 4-man, avoid fights early, should be good.
All right, thank you very much, mate. It's time now to head over to the casters. Game number 4 on the way. Let's get back to the grassy pastures.
We are heading into our second Erangel of the day. We'll see if those fortunes can change, or if MADBULLS can stay the course, if NEXUS can stay the course indeed as well, off their back-to-back chicken dinner, as well as that second place finish in game number 1.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Kalaris was talking about, how the Eastern Stars evolved. And for sure, that's definitely how it feels. And as mentioned that towards the end of the last game, it's just very much a motivation factor, it feels like. They've been reinvigorated on this new team, which is nice to see, a new playing field for them. And hopefully this can continue. I mean, double back-to-back chicken dinners, that's not a fluke. It doesn't happen every single day. This is more than just chance. This is a team that is playing very well. It might not be towards the same levels as MADBULLS in terms of that elimination capability, but in terms of their decisions, in terms of their plays, it's all very smart. I even really like, keeping Kapahala behind, which both keeps Palucci inside of that building from KONINA Power, also keeps Baloy from KONINA Power stuck inside that building too, which is really, really important and something that needs to happen so that they go down to the blue there. And I think that they were confident in the rest of the boys on that team to finish out that game strong for them. So tough decisions were made to ensure that they did pick up the chicken dinner, as many eliminations as they could off the back of it, knowing that KONINA Power was most likely going to be their biggest problem, as they had broad sight lines over towards their side as Shockwave was moving. So very, very smart stuff. On the other hand, we do have our playing path coming through right now. It's from Severny down towards MUERTE Power, so towards this western side of the map, a little bit more difficult to get towards. One team, though, that we definitely want to see a step up from is Gladiators. Currently only 2 points found at the moment, which is very wild for this team that we usually see that is very, very good. Although this is a team that potentially starts off a little bit weak, but once they get the feel for the lobby, then they can start to blast off. Unfortunately, a lot of teams towards the tops have already accrued a lot of their points to make it towards the end of this phase.
I mean, looking especially at the top, with NEXUS taking that top spot by 3 points now, MADBULLS and NEXUS really defining the top of those tables, maybe having already done enough. You can see the damage now. Kapahala top in that table. It's really nice to see. Almost 200 points, over 200 points clear as well of Zerich in that first place position. The MADBULLS giving it a run for the money, but definitely dominated by NEXUS.
Yeah, I think that for Zerich as well, I think he got about 1,200, I think it was 1,249 on that first match, so he really hasn't hit many more numbers since then over the next 2 matches after that first Erangel. However, back to basics here once again. And we'll see what some of these teams can do. Major Pride heading down towards Novo. Again, NEXUS pick up MUERTE Power and Shockwave in Severny. Very central circle overall, though. So a lot of these teams will be pretty happy about this. With MADBULLS spreading across the top side of Rozhok with some high ground to play around with, this is a very good starting position for them.
Central circle. Happiness, hopefully, to be found. KASIK team, Pachinki, slap center. No teams really coming into heavy conflict right at the start here, Blank. But I feel like Team Doom probably in the most contentious spot here. Not the greatest of drops, really. Not too much loot in just that one area. You could see they have to break away. Maybe they were dropping on a vehicle to grab it and move a little bit further south, but they're definitely going to have to try and trash loot around as well to gather the resources necessary to take on this north side.
For sure, for sure. I think that some of these teams are in a little bit more of a tough position to do that, but also have a lot of options for them. Obviously, Major Pride currently being right at the back of the pack in terms of this south side, but they can also move over towards Ferry Pier, though you imagine some of these teams might be moving over towards that western side for that massive amount of loot that is in this area that is currently unclaimed. One of those teams that is doing that currently is GOAT, who is on our screen at the moment. Piper really stepping up for that team, but it doesn't mean the rest of the players haven't been playing pretty damn well either. Overall, Miramar able to take it to Game Lord without much pressure at all, also taking some shots back. And that's not to say Narvala was making it easy for them with some great repositions after some nades, but GOAT were able to respond quite effectively, which is nice to see. Obviously, the entirety of the skill of this lobby has been massively raised as we go on. Quick little barrel roll. It has to be done every single time.
If you don't do it, are you really driving across open ground in Erangel? I mean, it's, you know,
It's correct.
necessary, really.
The Dacia actually has a secondary function where you can just initiate the barrel roll whenever you like. It's for evasive action.
That's what I've heard. Seems to happen a lot in my games as well when you're driving. So I think you've really mastered that, to be honest.
Absolutely.
It's one of your specialties.
It keeps us safe. We're a moving target at all times, even within the vehicle.
If you don't know where you're going, neither does the enemy. They can't spray you down.
I'm upside down. I'm back, not upside down. I'm alive. I'm dead.
Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, try to
Nexus?
evade those eliminations.
Yeah, 100%. Nexus, though, again, we talked about this team a lot. Currently, they've been doing very, very well. MUERTE Power has been a home to these players, maybe not this team, for a very long time. So I am not upset to see them here at all. A lot of teams seem to give them a lot of space as well. They know this terrain very well. Avalanche, felt like that maybe they could do a little bit more over that Miramar, but weren't quite able to make it happen there. Unfortunately for themselves, made a couple of weird rotations, maybe overzealous ones too. PNL, Alicio, the rest of the players on that squad, quite good. You know, not at the upper echelons of play at the moment. Have yet to really prove themselves in EU over the last year or so. But hopefully they can make something happen with that. Team Doom, also another classic team that has stuck with us here in EU for a long, long time. With Goldie as well on the team, one of our youngest players. And I think that this is another team that has done fairly well, but doesn't really fit into this new format, John, of elimination-based gameplay, because they're a team that just sits still a lot of times, finds themselves a good position, and that is their one big game of the day. That just doesn't cut it anymore.
I mean, Team Doom has always been, in my mind, a team that is fodder for the bottom of the table sometimes. You know, it can feel that way. They have been bumped more times than probably they're too happy with. They've changed up a little bit on the rosters as well overall, so hopefully they can put their best foot forwards into this season, because, you know, it's a new year, new tournaments, nothing from last year is going to impact the standings here, so they can just try and breathe that breath of fresh air and try and reset into this year's games.
Shockwave coming in from this northern side. Felt like they could do a little bit more on that last game over in Sanhok, but weren't able quite to transition it across. Still got a fair few points for their troubles. Not quite to set themselves towards the top of the lobby with the big boys, with MADBULLS and NEXUS, currently at 45 and 42. Dark Project, not quite playing in this one, but have actually made themselves quite initiation into this lobby, let's say, because I think they're a team with relatively unknown players, yet honestly doing fairly well. Some good elimination counts. You know, they're not unhappy to take a fight with another team, and confidence is always something that you'd like to see during these games, especially with a new format such as this. So good news for them, and a team that I want to see more from in the future.
Certainly going to be seeing a little bit more of them for now. Nobody going down just yet. Well, they're the areas to the east of Pachinki, or the northeast of Pachinki, to the south of Rostock. The areas near school and apartments going to heat up just that little bit. I mean, you've got Dagestan there, and actually Sly Europe rolling up, and VIRTUS.PRO having a lot of power in this engagement. Really nice stuff, but they have lost 2 of their own. Fortunately, they've really decimated this push. Can they back it up with a flush or 2 more over towards the new pretenders to the position? Reflect wants to put a nade on in, but not going to be able to rescue the teammates. VIRTUS.PRO, they did actually lose 2 of their players as well, so it's gone even so far with VIRTUS.PRO holding the compound.
Yeah, it looked like a really strong push coming through from VIRTUS.PRO. Unfortunately, it just hasn't really translated into a successful one. You know, one of our newest big teams to have joined PUBG Mobile as VIRTUS.PRO, and they've gone through a couple of iterations so far. This new one feeling a little bit less impactful as the last. Maybe they can do something about that over the course of this tournament. So far, they haven't really at least laid down to die yet, but I think that that push is quite telling that it's just not quite as efficient as they'd like. A couple of players stepping up and a couple of players going down quite quickly. When you go 2 for 2 on that one, no one's really winning out. So VIRTUS.PRO taking up a position that's not even as central as it gets, not really worth it for that push. And I think VIRTUS.PRO might not go much further, especially being right on the outer edges and having MUERTE, NEXUS, also AVALANCHE all looking to move through this area. They might just get caught up in the crossfire.
I like KASIK team's position on that north side of Pochinki. They've started there. They can control a lot of that open ground to their north. If they were able to take control of the church, could potentially move away from them. We'll have to wait and see. NEXUS in fray, caught in the thick of it with MUERTE. Kapahala, their off angle already taken down. And there's the swing wide from MUERTE, able to strafe across Doran and find a second over onto NEXUS. The team at the tops of the tables just tumbling in these last 2 games. Tumultuous for them, and Octavian tries to put a nade in. But Malloy, pretty strong in that engagement that we saw from him last game, pushing out to that blue, making that bold decision and not afraid to do so, even though it did end up losing. Showed a lot of strength. Now Octavian needs to show similar gumption, but won't be able to do so. Will be dismantled, and MUERTE string it together with 4 still alive against NEXUS.
I think now that we see MUERTE go up against the 2 biggest squads in the lobby currently, with MADBULLS over in Hattin, win that fight out, and now win a fight out versus NEXUS. Perhaps it's just a matter of time before we start seeing MUERTE able to get some big points on the card. They do keep taking fights with these prominent members of the lobby. AVALANCHE now move in to try and capitalize off the back of that initial engagement that went awry for NEXUS. Hopefully, MUERTE can get back on their feet, get stimmed up, and potentially thwart this next push coming through from AVALANCHE themselves. But the blue still moving in. All of these teams were fairly close together on the move out. AVALANCHE just wants to get a little bit further in earlier.
Spray from Discrim, not quite able to land over towards Eliseo, the back foot of AVALANCHE. They're looking to move forwards. They have actually left someone even further back. In fact, 2 people pretty close, maybe looking in for a pickup on the way. Does manage to get the swing by, drive by pickup. Malloy will want the spray, finds 1 and 2. Excellent tracking spray down there. And Malloy yet again doing work, doing bits for the team. And racks up plenty of points for them to boot.
Yeah, Malloy definitely feels like this hidden contender of the squad at the moment. Really good stuff coming through from him so far. Excellent over on Sanhok, you know, just looking at his ability to make tough decisions on the fly and also being able to grab that quick and swift spray transfer. That's not easy to make happen. Cave versus MADBULLS, looking to perhaps get a couple of eliminations, a strong position within the lobby. They started off in Rozhok Hill, have slowly moved down towards some of these compounds that look out towards the open plains. This could be a really good start for them, but first they have to dismount the players from Cave.
MADBULLS have been here for a little bit of time, and now they're finally looking to control a little bit better. Influence takes the brunt of the damage on that engagement. 4 first aids and plenty of stims, but caught through a window there. Zerich shuts it down. Beautifully coordinated from MADBULLS to control one of these compounds to the southwest side of school. They will leave Cave in the other, but a very, very nice spot for them. They might want an outpost up the hill to the south of them, and we'll see if they're able to accrue that. But in the meantime, Doom taking on Unicorns of Love. We said we want to see more this season from Team Doom, but their young player Goldie will fall and leave them a little bit weaker now. Unicorns of Love, they are playing with 3 active right now. Noshi is down, and Miki can launch these nades towards the back. They want to isolate Goldie, get this flush, and they will be able to do so. Shan't be denied.
Doom lose another in Izu. Looks like they're just going to move away from this one. The smart play from MADBULLS to assess the situation from that northern side, realizing that one of the players from Cave had moved across to the 3-story, hoping to hold down 2 compounds at the same time, but potentially move over across to it. Cave decides with a northern shift to stay up towards that northeast side. Unfortunately, Influence is left high and dry there, though. Unicorns of Love used to be Beast, actually, underneath that name, but unfortunately now they have moved away from that. But again, Nexus is stars underneath a new banner, Beast under a new banner over on Unicorns of Love. This is pretty important for both these teams. It's almost a new lease on life for both of them. Honestly, I'd love to see Unicorns of Love really do well in some of these lobbies for once in a long time, because it's a team that sticked with us. They've given some good memes to us, good social content, and generally are a nice team to, you know, interact with. So hopefully they can get some value out of this team they've picked up.
Maybe if they can settle on it.
Yeah, sell is the good word, you know, invest.
Yeah.
They're good players, I'm telling you.
More than just a season, hopefully. But you know what? They're happy to do it. They're happy to do it. It's their choice. At the end, sometimes those choices can come back to bite you. Just like moving out in the open in front of a DP, but fortunately, they'll get away with that. Sly Europe will be able to skirt past those hillsides. The outlook from Zadira from school not going to impact them just yet. MUERTE, though, maybe not going to be so lucky as they careen down these valleys as well. Up onto the sill. Sprays down towards Happy in the buggy. Can he spin him out? Can he grab a vehicle pop? Well, actually force Happy to jump on out of the vehicle. Gets a little bit of a tag, but can't stick around for too long. A lot of bullets sent out, so a lot of players to be looking that way now.
Yeah, Happy does get knocked there, leaving MUERTE down to just 3, but they do find themselves a fairly effective position here within the circle. It'll do them good for now, and a move up towards that northern side means that Unicorns of Love have a strong spot. Game Lord looking to challenge versus them. Doom also headed towards that northern side, and Shockwave moving over the coast.
MUERTE control actually a pretty important bit of ground, but they are going to leave it. The importance of it is to stop Cave from being able to breach out north, but do you want to invest in just doing that when you've only got 3 alive? And it's better to get a little bit more central? Probably not. However, around Sunken City, you have got major power, major pride to deal with. And it's going to be so hard to move through. Look at that, just getting torn apart on the approach. Fortunately, Discrim does manage to get across safe and will be able to start that res, initiate the procedure to get all 3 of them back up and kicking. Unicorns of Love struggling on the northeastern side against Game Lord. 4 players alive for Game Lord, and Unicorns of Love, you said they had a strong position, but they are now starting to falter as Game Lord wrests control of the warehouse. Zero flees back over towards the rest of the team, and Narvalo on that top. Did he manage to launch a buggy up there to be able to get that high ground? I think he did.
Yeah, this is not a bad spot for him whatsoever. It really does provide a little bit of that extra gumption that they needed to get through towards this position, because the main difficulty of assessing this spot versus Unicorns of Love is the high ground that 2-story provides versus the warehouse. If you get on top of the warehouse, life's easy. Life is nice and easy for them. And now Unicorns of Love have to prep themselves for another crash with SLY in the distance. 2v2 here. Can they make it happen?
Unicorns of Love still trying to fend it off as best they can. Sly Europe diminished as well, and the first is good. A lot of damage pouring on in. Beast gets the flush, gets the point for the squad. Now 1 player left for Sly Europe. Nade into the top window. Not really going to find too much damage there in the meantime. Zero looking to heal up. Beast as well. They have the time to regroup. A lot of cover that they've been afforded as well. So hopefully they'll be able to keep stepping forwards.
Well, the shots from Nomi so far coming through from Major Pride, taking down a knock over towards MUERTE, taking shots towards the back players from Doom as well. Fortunately, you wonder if they have spotted the players from Goats within their midst. Cave didn't do too badly versus MADBULLS actually, but they have just weathered the storm. And okay, down to just 2 players, it's going to be difficult for them to move past MADBULLS. And then they have a lot of free reign going forwards. Here was that jump up that forced Unicorns of Love to move out the way. Beast on that top side completely exposed.
I really love that bit of tech. Being able to get that high ground that maybe you just don't expect to see. MADBULLS moved into the position that I said was going to be quite important for keeping Cave out of the circle that Sly Europe left earlier. But MADBULLS have 4 players, whereas they only had 3 to operate with, so they can have a little bit more power and strength on that south side against the teams that are going to start to move into the grounds ahead of them. You could see KONINA Power going to do just that. As Dimension wants to rip a head off if he can, the K9 in hand.
SHOCKWAVE moving over that island. It'll be a little bit difficult for them, so a lot of teams would expect at this point in time as they're heading towards Circle 5 that teams would still be crossing over that barrier, over that bridge. Nice shot though, coming through from that K9, looking to finish off the job. Or at least one of those elimination points would be lovely. Still sending shots through, this man is bold.
Just trying to put lead down range and maybe tag a player moving in for that res, for that revive. We'll be able to get the reload off as well. Stay fairly safe behind the rock, but they're going to have to move further north on this circle.
For Cave, I think it's more of a waiting game at this point in time. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to get out of business. Trazen does find effect though, and with only Dino in the midst to maybe pick him up, it's almost certain effect will go down, and go down he does. Now Dino, Monkey, No Meat, a little bit split, and Goat moving through the middle like a knife will cut them in half. So very difficult position now for Major Pride to play, and instantly they regroup towards that northern side. Just 3 players left remaining, still enough to maybe take it all the way, but with so many teams around them, how much further can they actually get?
A hodgepodge now in Sunken. Trazen on the northern side. This is pretty solid movement.
Oh dear.
Coming through from SHOCKWAVE. A burn over onto Dino is perfectly placed, and Trazen, he's gonna absolutely get massive amounts of value there. Maybe even looking to push in, but you probably don't want to overcommit into Sunken right now, given that it's not going to be strong moving forward in these circles. That southwest side, very, very occupied right now. Going to be difficult for all of these teams to make it through unscathed.
Really well done push there from Trazen. Lovely Molotov onto the top, clears out that player. Now SHOCKWAVE can start to move through a little bit more freely, knowing that there isn't that high ground position to keep them off moving in. MADBULLS move up, lose a couple of players. KONINA Power also taking shots. Dagestan there too, but it is KONINA Power bearing the brunt of the damage on towards them.
South side, very difficult to move in. Limited, fairly desperate. Zerich goes down, and MADBULLS seemingly having a very, very tough time. Narvalo on the south edge does get picked up actually by Dagestan on the southeast side, who might be an outside contender for this one. Difficult sweep that they have, but if Game Lord's power is reduced, may be easier for them to push up north.
Dagestan on the edges at the moment. MADBULLS underneath, dropping as many smokes as possible. Cave, I believe that was that last player now going out. KONINA Power keeps stepping up, but Frozen sending more nades across. If they can get just one knock, it'll provide them time, and that's exactly what they needed. A double from Frozen. That's very, very well done, but one comes back their way, and now Chulika, Zerich down, only Frozen left remaining, and that might just be enough time for Dagestan to get in there and deliver the final blow.
Maybe look for a little bit of an opening. MADBULLS suffering here. That south side rotation going to be important. Right over the top rope. Frozen finds one, sure, but Keep is there to keep things calm. And Dagestan, stay up, stay with 4. Keep things trucking on that southeast side. KONINA Power just around the corner. Game Lord did manage to get Narvalo back up because of the attention that Dagestan paid to the MADBULLS position.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult now for Game Lord to actually lose this position. Obviously, Dagestan could maybe move in from that south side, but that requires crossing the road. Not many teams can challenge them here, and for them, a lot of this is going to be on the circle that comes next. Most teams on this western side have to just rely on time and patience going forward. Go, SHOCKWAVE, Major Pride all need to move in now.
Shockwave, a northwestern edge. They've played solidly and consistently on this side, but this river crossing has always been difficult to navigate. KONINA Power similarly on that south edge just swept out a rundown as well for GOAT, but they move up towards Dagestan. Two teams who have newly entered the PMPL here. And they have had an impact. They haven't just been quiet these times around. I mean, especially this game, Dagestan just taking down MADBULLS, GOAT as well. They've had a lot of power in these last couple of games. Maybe not the shine that we want to see from a team that can place right at the top, but they absolutely are here to play. And it looks like Dagestan playing a little bit harder this time around.
Yeah, GOAT maybe have to leave out of this one. Piper goes down too, and I think that is GOAT now done. But, you know, it was kind of anticlimactic the way that KONINA Power did exit there, but nonetheless quite impressive from GOAT all to just roam in, looking to take position within that smoke and unintentionally running down the entirety of the KONINA Power squad. Finally, Major Pride move across. Monkey, SLY still have one player in this. If Monkey can remove him, it'll be good news for them. Dino does go down. Nomi last remaining. Two players for the Major Pride squad.
Really very difficult maneuvers to be made here. And GameLord left isolated and alone on the eastern side. Good news, but we'll have to figure out how to leave at some point. Dagestan terrors in this lobby so far, but Satria finally cut short. MUERTE, they've had power in their own right. Meloy from the inside, Discrim as well, playing twos up against now one. Shifu for Dagestan, who moves on in under the purview of GameLord as well. Going to be difficult to make things work out there. Milky Way can get rezzed, and it looks like Shifu, yep, taken down. But is that a self-nade? Did they just nade themselves, or was that coming through from MUERTE? He just took himself down and the rest of his team. That is disaster coming through from MUERTE. Oh, no.
I think that happened because Shifu was able to find a nice little mini 14 shot over and through the tiny little slit inside that shack, which caused him to die, but also at the same time drop the nade in the process. So really, really well done. Maybe not what Shifu was looking for, but still provided the result that was intended.
I mean, unfortunately, Shifu did then subsequently get eliminated. Didn't pick up the points because the knocks came from MUERTE themselves. Not really a lot of value, but still.
Nomi, sorry, from Major Pride. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
I'm totally wrong. Monkey steps out. Bad news there. Maybe Nomi can get him. He has to make the play, but no. Major Pride now down to just one.
Shots in. GameLord are going to be so chuffed about this position for themselves. 4 eliminations. And they can start to just move across this open field in a fairly consistent way. Terminus might prove to be a bit of a troublesome position. Yeah, let's take a look at this. It just came through. It just came through, but exploded right outside the window, it almost looked like.
Yeah,
sure.
I think it was just maybe not even Nomi. It was just a cook that was a little bit too long. And it must have blown up actually just outside the window, but enough for the explosion to come back through again. So unfortunately for MUERTE, that would have been an incredible play if he could have made it happen without any casualties on his side. Now GameLord move up, almost a free game here for GameLord at the moment. The circles have been very kind to them, but again, for GameLord, happy days. This is good news for them. Been playing fairly consistently, doing well off the back of things. Having 4 players this late into the game is almost unheard of for GameLord, so great changes have been made.
True, but look at this position from Terminus. He's managed to get all the way along the coastline. Shockwave have been playing really up against it here. They've had to cross from this west side, the river at their back, notorious in its difficulty. And Terminus now has such a brilliant angle, and I don't think GameLord know about it at all. They have no idea. Finally shut down on Trazen, but there's Terminus, who stands up even further down the line, gets a flush onto the outpost Akashi, and they trade. Now 3-3 on both of these teams as Unicorns of Love still getting peppered away.
Yeah, taking fights on 2 fronts at the moment. Rob's dealing with Unicorns of Love. Akashi was hoping to be the assassin in the midst there, but standing up is just a bit too much in my opinion. Terminus doing excellent work, finds Robs. Unlikely anyone's gonna be able to pick him up with Narvalo being so far away, and now down to just 2 players effectively. Very, very difficult to pick Robs back up and get him back into the fold, so Narvalo has to find a little bit extra of efficiency here. Maybe another knock onto one of the players from Unicorns of Love, which provides a little bit of disengage for the guy from Robs. There it is, that's what they needed. Move N7 up, and now it's them versus Shockwave, but Shockwave have an excellent position to take shots from.
There's just nothing you could do there. Snoix lands the pump from the Mini 14, looks for a spray down, and now it is just Narvalo. Game Lord, they had all the cards in their hand, but that one rotation from Terminus pulled them apart at the seams, took them down a peg, and Game Lord are crumbling because of it. One player now stands in the way of Shockwave, 3 players alive. And they should know exactly where Narvalo is. He is out of the zone, will need to move forwards, doesn't look like he has a vehicle, breaks out to the right. They know that Terminus is still there somewhere. Maybe they don't know where Narvalo is quite. You can see Terminus scanning.
Yeah, Terminus has been real problematic this game for a lot of teams. And again, for Shockwave to make their way over the island to this position, taking it very cautiously, then sweeping on this northern coast, very, very well done. This is not going to end well. Now the position is locked in. Narvalo has to know that a flanker is coming round. Smoke goes down. It's the best he can do in this situation. One first aid kit, all but done, and Terminus.
For the last shot around the side, a pivotal flank. Shockwave with a brutal punch from that left field. Excellently coordinated to maintain strength across that river on the north side of that difficult glut of teams on the western edge. Very well coordinated, very well executed from Shockwave.
Yeah, not an easy game to say the least either. I think, you know, you with Goat on that side, you got Major Pride, who looked pretty good, but started to just kind of hemorrhage players towards the end. Now, I think they're split towards the eastern side of Sunken, and also the south didn't really work out for them, losing players there. I think you kind of had to assume that a team would move through the center. It's the one position they didn't expect someone to go for, which was just dead center of Sunken. They thought they had everything locked down. Shockwave coming over the top, though, very, very well done. And they were very patient about it as well. They realized that they had to wait that game out just a little bit. But again, I think it was that split that they took, that very confident split over the coastal side on the north, which was very important. And it was also important for them that Akashi stepped a little bit too far forward trying to scout things out and instead let a player walk straight past him.
Yeah, that was really the linchpin of their position, of their performance. That Terminus spot was unbeatable in that scenario. Yep. Shockwave, they kept it all together all the way right until the end, and they had that chokehold on the lobby. You love to see it, but Game Lord let it slip away. However, they still get second place. They still have a decent game now on the cards.
Well, it was looking like a Game Lord win, however, not to be, as we have Shockwave breaching the beaches and being able to take them out on point here. Joining me is Maxman as well to break everything down. Max, it was looking like, I don't know, Vive la Revolution? I don't know what you want to say in French.
I was going to say that, actually. I was going to say, we're really good at doing revolutions and stuff and fighting one another, apparently, and one's going to come out on top eventually. So the monarchy has fallen, Shockwave has risen up, and really there was one play that was going to work out for Shockwave, is dodge all of the teams fighting in Atlantis, Sunken City, Watertown, like whatever you want to call it. Dodge that fight, play that ridge line south of the river, which is so strong in that exact location, and you're going to have a great spot. But Game Lord and Kalaris, you were talking about it during that game. That fan out at the end, they were just asking for trouble.
Yeah, I have to say, as we take a look at the points coming in here, I do think that maybe Game Lord was working with not perfect information. Yes, they knew that there was teams in the west, in the compound. They watched Unicorns of Leave to there and all this stuff. However, I don't think they had full information on Shockwave moving up the beach. And you can only play that location as Shockwave when it's on an edge circle. You can't play that central because you know that people are going to be shooting you from behind a Shockwave. So they played that at exactly the right pace to then really catch Shockwave off guard. Akashi going out as far as he did, I need the buddy system in those situations, Max. I need a 2-2 because I understand that they thought that they had control of this scenario, but it was not to be.
Exactly, the 2-2 split is just the perfect way to play that exact location. You have so many rocks and also that crate that fell down, you can just crash your cars in there. They literally had a car on top of the roof of one of the buildings in Rozhok. You cannot tell me that car was damaged, okay? You could use that one to get access to the rocks or that crate, and you would have been completely safe. Like, I think that almost all, actually no, I just saw Blank predicted Major Pride this game. But we had 3 Game Lord predictions in this game. And because it should have been a given, but the fact that they just fan out even if Akashi and Rob's out there, they fan out, okay, is maybe not the best play. Even if they know that where the other teams are, if they know where Shockwave are positioned, especially where Terminus is, what are you going to do? Leave? You can't leave. You're just stuck in that position and you're just asking to get taken down. So, unfortunately, I feel like there was 2 misplays from GameLord, that one, and them also maybe not pushing on Unicorns of Love a little bit early in the game. It worked out being okay, but I feel like they're not taking opportunities as they come their way.
I will play devil's advocate for a moment. If there is no team on the beach, it's a great play. But then you see this angle coming out from Terminus as they come across this ridgeline, which provides them so much cover from the teams, the battles that are going in on the west and things like that. All Shockwave has to do is bide their time, be patient against this. And for GameLord, it was a slow bleed out. You're seeing Terminus really putting in work with the M16 as well. Great control there with the tap fire to be able to take the rest out. And hey, it was all Terminus at the end, man. He was really putting in a shift.
Yeah, just the one tap. I mean, not even using the burst mode, which who uses the burst mode really on the M16? Yeah, not really. Just use yourself the one tap mode, and it worked out great. But I thought Shockwave would do that a little bit earlier. I thought they would get in that position maybe 2 circles ago, but it doesn't matter how long down the line they get there, they get in that position and they play it so damn well.
GameLord, as you take a look at the head-to-head here between them and Shockwave, technically, yes, did put out more damage, more eliminations going their way. They were playing with their options. You watched in the midst of that game as Narvalo moved down to the Rozhok Hill on the south, got knocked and they had to salvage him. So they were really thinking about how they were going to transition into some of these next circles if it was to shift away from them. However, there was other options. Yeah, there were other options even before that. We were thinking about if they could chase Unicorns Love over to the compound that's going to have north of Atlantis, but in hindsight, kind of Rozhok worked out for them, I suppose, here, Max.
Yeah, they even sent, I think, Narvalo over to Dagestan to get knocked, then picked up by an ally, then brought back. You're just going back to the same point at which you started at the start of that fight, but Dagestan, really impressive game from them because they were in school for the longest time, and the moment they knew no teams were going to backfill around school or towards Rozhok Hill, they took control of Rozhok Hill and they just went guns blazing on everyone. I think on MADBULLS, Narvalo because he got a little bit too close. I think even on KONINA Power at some point during that game, like Dagestan, in a good position is a very scary team. They showed it in PMEC, they showed it a little bit here, but I still think there's even more potential. This was just like the tip of the iceberg of Dagestan.
And to reinforce your point even more on Dagestan, is having school like that in a circle like that, you know that there's going to be so many teams rotating past school. So just having that position with a DP of all guns, no less, being able to gun down some of those vehicles, even if you pop one tire alone, you saw what happened to Happy J, like you are going to get some eliminations from that location. So even that, just as a kind of checkpoint position, Max, is a very nice spot to have.
Yeah, I mean, 9 eliminations on that position, it definitely seemed like it worked out great for them. And in a circle like this, with their drop location, it's just a very easy game for them. They're very used to this kind of terrain. They know exactly all the nook and crannies to play from. They knew exactly what MADBULLS were going to do as they were leaving the south. That they're just like, okay, we're going to hold on to this high ground position. The moment MADBULLS are in that dip, we can easily move them out of that by just chucking a few nades, getting the high ground position advantage. So yeah, Dagestan, I think we're towards one of the last places actually before this game. So this is definitely a match they desperately needed to not finish on a bad note today.
No, definitely. And just to confirm here, there were the predictions for all of that. A lot of sway went over to GameLord. Not too much surprise there for the spot that they found themselves in. And that's how it does boil down. Unfortunately for Blank, no points for him. Actually, just to break down
Second City.
Yeah, just to break down our internal point system, we're doing 1 point if they get top 3 or 3 points if they actually win the entire game. But you know who gets all the points? It's Monster Energy. Thank you to them for joining us here for the PMPL EU Spring 2023. As we are now getting ready to move on to Miramar. Max, we have... What do you want to see from Miramar? I know what I want to see.
I would like to see no early fights happening in Picado, please. I'm looking at specifically KASIK team, and excuse me, I've seen this exact situation, this exact thing happening in PMGC, where 2 teams drop against one another the entire time, and they miss out on the survival stage. It happened in the first game. If you still want to drop in Picado, that's fine, but don't drop exactly on top of one another in like the weird arena position. It's not worth it. Even go to the west of Picado. It's also good if you go for a split drop, but I don't want to see this happening the entire season.
There is a lot of good trash drop locations that you can take on Miramar in general that are not too distant from Picado. that you can then use to make rotations happen and things like that. But yes, we've even seen it here, not only in PMGC, we've seen it in PMPL as well, where teams miss phase situations because of these fights. So anyway, let's head over to the commentary team. Let's see if that fight continues on here for the final game of the day.
We've got another Miramar blank. Hopefully it doesn't happen again in Picado, but we're not even going to talk about it because we don't like it. We spoke about this so much last season, we don't even need to cover it too much more.
No, I hate Picado so much, honestly. I think it's a great position. I love Picado the place. I hate what happens in Picado, and I don't like that, you know, we see it so much. There's so much more interesting things going wrong around the map in terms of rotations. And again, that fight is just a stalemate. Nothing happens. It's like up until a point where things come to a crescendo, or in the case of our last game, which is what typically happens, is both teams just get stuck out there for eternity. And what we do end up seeing is almost this like Mexican standoff where two teams will just stay there for the rest of the tournament until one of them realizes it's a bad idea and gives it up. But I think with this new format, with eliminations and placement points no longer really counting as much, you're going to sacrifice so much of your tournament for a map that happens twice a day. I don't think it's worth it. I think at this point in time, someone just needs to back down, make the manly move, right? The adult move, and just leave. And that is most likely going to net you more points in the overall run.
I think, yeah, it's because Miramar, I think, is played as frequently as every other map in this tournament. So you definitely don't want to be icing a third of your maps, right? Like, it's just not a good idea to be moving into this tournament with Plane Path. Starts just south of Impala, near Puerto Paraíso, and goes over towards El Pozo. So a nice little cut there. Does isolate places like Torrejomada to be difficult to get to. Maybe if you wanted to go to Valle de Mar, that's a little bit of a trek, but still possible. We'll have to wait and see where everyone wants to opt to drop. The top three teams not in this lobby. So Nexus, MADBULLS, and GameLord all taking the bench as they've played their four so far today.
Yeah, I think that those games, though, for GameLord certainly were a confidence booster that they desperately needed after last season. It has been a downward trend for them and a slippery slope. It just absolutely covered with oil everywhere, so very difficult to get back up again. But someone's come along before this tournament, pulled out the pressure washer, and that slope has become much more easier to manage, honestly. Some footholds also placed in there, so I think for GameLord, it's still difficult to crawl up there and get back to their starting position when they looked so good, but eventually they will make it. And I think if they continue like this, and a confidence booster on the first day is a momentum boost that you desperately need. And again, 6 matches played this week overall, 6 days, sorry, is really, really important that you get that momentum moving, get the ball going right at the start of the tournament, especially this week. So I'm really happy for GameLord because they're a team that we found a lot of love for in our hearts towards the beginning of PUBG Mobile's era. Slowly they have fallen off a little bit with other players stepping up, still making some excellent plays. Narvalo still exceptional when it comes to the surviving games. They've never fallen off completely, but I've never felt like this synergistic team. Excuse Me, on the other hand, are sick of it. And if both teams want to come here in this time, Excuse Me is going to start this one out with a bang. 2 players already down for KASIK.
They've managed to get those 2 knocks, and Excuse Me, 2 players active. They have lost Striker, a forward position for them, but English wants to look for the flush. Worried about stepping out, rightly so. You don't really have all the info. And what's the point when you don't have a weapon? I don't even realize he didn't have one yet. Striker taking down a peg, though. Will be spotted out. Reposition started to come through. That's flushed onto Striker, leaving them at 3 active, but they still have the potential to get a little bit more done. There you go. English looks for Furia. Will be able to get that flush. And Excuse Me, KASIK team, both diminished.
Quickly brought on its head here with Excuse Me, losing far more players almost instantaneously. Striker, yes, down, but still 3 players up and in action. And again, we're back to a stalemate. On the other hand of things, let's look at the circle very quickly. You might be able to not see it on stream, but it has moved over towards Impala on this side. Potipata Isa still in, but a fair amount of circle is inside that water, taking a little dip towards the swim right at the end of the day for a quick refresh. Fair enough, you know. I think that needs to be done now and again. Impala held by VIRTUS.PRO. Unicorns of Love over towards that western side and La Bandita, and a lot of these teams still have a fair way to make their way over, including Gladiators up in La Cobreria. They weren't playing in our last game, but a team that certainly needs to get a move on, pull on the hiking boots and get climbing this mountain, because their points are very low, down at 2. The only team behind them has 0.
Still, it is a little bit early, but it's definitely not where you want to be sat. I mean, we've spoke about Team Doom as this team that felt like fodder sometimes. Seems like they are living up to that title right now. Maybe they can pick up their feet and pursue, but Gladiators definitely not a team that you expect to be down here. So they're going to be playing up from La Cobreria. We'll be having to move down southeast past Shockwave, past Dagestan, or maybe even swing all the way past through Torre Hamada, because this circle is hard southeast blank. And Kalaris even put in our group chat, there's actually a chance for an island circle finish out here on the east.
Absolutely, there certainly is. I mean, with the increase of circle shrink, you know, there is a massive chance that we get a very big circle shrink over towards those islands, in which case it will be the first time I've ever seen one in my time of casting PUBG Mobile, which I find crazy because I've been casting a long, long time. I've never seen it. I think the closest I've got to it was a little tiny pillar sticking out the water, and that was about it. And even then, I wasn't casting that game. I just witnessed it.
It was kind of wild, right? We learned about the jump punch on that one out of the water. That was quite special. Quite a pivotal maneuver on that one. So small little bits of tech when things like that happen that really matter.
Major pride down towards that southwest side. We expected a little bit more out of this team. Not quite living up to that name, but still 20 points. It's decent. It is decent, you know, putting up those kind of points per game and getting a decent average on despite not having massive games is really, really important for them. In the meantime, excuse me, slowly but surely picking apart KASIK team at the moment.
Low HP. DBS through the window. They know he's in it. Look at that. Looking pretty clean. Able to get 1 and 2. This is only one player left. Add insult to injury. It's the punch for the flush. I mean, ammo conservation. It makes sense, right? But now it's just English left standing for the KASIK team. The good news here is that if they manage to find English, they can leave this place. They can leave Picardo earlier than they would have been able to otherwise. A lot of damage sent over towards Havlik over the top. And English able to descend from on high. Now has more challenges to deal with. Managed to reload up on that DBS. Spots the players moving around the side there. Isn't going to be able to get those shots through. Beck jumps across, strafes the door. And DBS still just burns so much damage. Spots the player on the wall, stays quite safe. Has got a nade, but thinks better of it for now. Wants to bring that shotgun back in hand. Black moves away, has a DBS of his own, and English allows them to retreat.
I think for excuse me, understanding that like they are on 15 points, it's not bad, but you don't want to end the day on a 0-pointer here over on Miramar. They've got a couple of points in terms of just eliminations, up to 3 now versus KASIK, but they don't want to take this fight with English. They know he's got a DBS, playing in close quarters with him. This is the clutch weapon after all. There's not much point in taking a fight which could potentially give the 1v2 a little bit of life, a little bit of dream here. So for excuse me, maybe getting away from this engagement is more optimal for them, but English makes a smart move, doesn't let them retreat as far as they would like. As soon as that door gets closed, he moves out, puts the pressure on, nade goes in, and now there's a real chance that he can bring this one back for KASIK.
Can he land the vault? Oh, a brilliant window drop there onto the sill, but can't quite land the DBS shots. Has another chance at it. He's still on the wall frame. English Perfect movement, but not quite able to execute. Underarm on the nade, looking for the flush on the pop, forces the player down the stairs, no way to get that one back out. Stays up on high, hasn't dropped down just yet. Beck, worried, where is he going to come from? Ingush drops, now they're both on the ground floor. Looking to try and skirt around. Ingush away and into the shadows, falls back and looks for vengeance. Drops down and into the open. Beck, this is a ball challenge, it's just not going to work. Ingush 1v3 in Picardo, keeps the team alive, but that is a bloodbath and a half.
Fantastic work from Ingush, you have to say. Unreal performance from him, and every smart move that he had to make, he made intelligently. Aced that test with flying colors. Give that man a promotion. Well done. Major Pride, in the meantime, pick themselves up a few more points here. So again, just trucking on with their points scoring potential. Not bad indeed for them. Might be able to pass Sly Europe here on the leaderboards. They're not playing this game, 23 points. So Major Pride, only a couple more before they head up towards the upper echelons of the lobby.
Taking a look at the circle shift, it does go inland, so no island finishes. Sorry, Calares. We are going to be back over towards the Labadita Impala grounds, with Junkyard on the north cut. Gladiators moving in from that north side, currently moving past Hacienda del Patron. You have Dagestan as well, moving in towards Minas Generalis. On the north side of that, you've got Shockwave. So that north side, got a lot of heavy hitters there. Meanwhile, in the foothills of Impala, there are 4 or 5 teams. A lot of teams still to move in, really get that strong foot. But Cave, one of the teams to have already managed to get close to that center. The VIRTUS.PRO high ground, very, very important for this next circle, but moving away from it could be tricky.
It's difficult to drop off here, and I think with most people realizing the circle's more than likely not going to end up here, actually a little bit of a boon, kind of a blessing here for VIRTUS.PRO, right? Because now they know that not many other teams, not many other players are going to try and make their way up over from that coastal side, ascend the cliffs towards their position, try and challenge them out for it, which means they have free reign to look down towards a lot of this open ground, maybe try and pick themselves up a couple of eliminations, maybe a couple of knocks, but they think better of it. Decide that they're going to leave this position early on, which is another decision that they could have made, and I don't mind this one at all. Or maybe they're just bringing vehicles up towards the top. Time will tell.
The MUERTE. Going to go. Let's take a look at the replay here. Goat trying to get these flushes, but maybe going a little bit too far forwards. Look at this effect, is handling business very, very effectively. There was a flush over the side, but Effect just stands so tall for Major Pride in that scenario. Monkey goes down, but at what cost? It really wasn't worth it for that engagement. Really well held off, but unfortunately Major Pride have now taken another knock their way.
Yeah, Nomi hitting the deck. I think for Monkey going down, I think that's the big issue for them. You look at Major Pride and a team like MADBULLS, I think that I really had high hopes for Major Pride, I'm not going to lie. I had high hopes for this team with some new up-and-comers as well, mixed around the very well-experienced players of Effect as well as Monkey. But you look at MADBULLS, they just have a team of very, very strong players, all of who know exactly what they need to do in the right moment. All of them have been rising the ladder to greatness for quite some time and now find themselves on a very, very good team. Major Pride, on the other hand, slowly but surely hemorrhaging players. We'll lose another. Now just Dino left remaining. And MUERTE have had a very good streak throughout today, which is something that has surprised me. But they work well together as a team.
Certainly what you're looking for at the start of a tournament. Get that cohesion in early, making sure that you're settling down, especially with the number of roster changes we've been seeing so far. Seems like, in fact, teams that have stuck together, one in particular hasn't done nearly as well as we were expecting so far today. Gladiators struggling. But this game, the northern side, there's potential for them to leverage this. Playing on this edge, we know they like to be a little bit of a sweeper team if they can be sometimes, but they haven't really had that chance, or maybe they haven't taken those opportunities so far today. Sat with 2 points on the games that they've had. This is their last chance to prove themselves. Will they take that opportunity?
Dark Project, another team looking to put up some good points at the end of the day here. 23, they look strong towards the start. Took a little break, and now they're back again for Miramar right at the end of the day. VP also moved across from that eastern side, right? Didn't want to stay on the mountains, moved down through Impala. And AAR managed to get themselves behind them, maybe waiting for them to come off the cliffside, but now find themselves in a tricky spot, a sticky situation in which they're going to need to extricate themselves from.
VIRTUS.PRO on the west side of Impala want to stand in the way of ARR. Out of the stick. South side, MUERTE. West side, Cave holding the field. Dagestan as well. Further out on that west side, just underneath La Bandita. With Dark Project at their back as well. That west side could be very, very dangerous with the number of open areas that are its makeup there. It's going to be difficult to navigate, difficult to move through that. Movement is going to be very, very tricky. North side potentially a little bit kinder, but Unicorns of Love have a really strong outpost right now on the northeast side.
Yeah, towards the top side of Minas Generalis, there's a lot of areas where you can set up over towards those ridge sides, play from them, spot out players. You can see Shockwave. They're up towards the north anyway, but you can see how much vision they have down towards the rest of the map. Avalanche over towards that eastern side. Terminus immediately drops out, quickly pins down both of the vehicle's tires, realizes that this vehicle's going no further. He has to make a stand. On the other hand, monster truck available for Avalanche.
Going to be able to drop back just a little bit. Terminus takes damage from the vehicle going up, but doesn't get knocked. Has got one first aid, not too much to play with. Pops the adrenaline syringe in the meantime. So we'll be able to heal up over time. Doesn't really want to take these challenges, just playing as a secondary refrag angle now for the meantime until that health bar ticks on up. SnowX wants to see if he can get a peek over towards Avalanche. Both of these teams going to be pushed in about 30 seconds. Now they want to slow one another. Looks like Terminus takes the brunt of it. And already they're starting to flee out the back around the south side of Unicorns of Love, potentially, with Team Doom now going to be in their way as well.
Now, Terminus basically tanking a couple of hits there, holding the shield up in front of the rest of the team. Shield being a UAS has to be real strong to hold that thing up, but he certainly does the trick. Dark Project take a couple of shots there from Dagestan. Madness tries to break his way through. Real curious circle again, and I feel like today has been very kind on the processes of all the phones that these players are on currently, as we have a lot of barren ground. Those environmental detail factors aren't causing so many problems as we'd like, so FPS is an all-time high right now. Dagestan, though, still holding strong in their position. Looking over towards Dark Project, who try to make their way through La Bandita. Gladiators, a team that we have talked about a little bit today. Looking to get a little bit further this time, but we'll have to wait and see. And I don't want to talk about them any further because so far haven't really shown us anything too spectacular.
That Unicorns of Love stronghold on the northeast is great for them, but they're going to have to leave it blank fairly soon. KONINA Power have a lot to deal with, but if they can weather that storm in the centre with all four of their players alive, they're really good right now in the spot.
Dagestan still holding on. Dark Project really want this position away from them. Would give them clear sightlines off towards that eastern side. Again, anything can happen in this next circle. Isn't necessarily bound to hit up towards that center position. Shockwave moving around, trying to play it sneaky, trying to dart in towards the building, but in doing so, do find a lot of bullet holes at their feet.
Nade from Beast through the door, not quite actually going all the way, but that door's not there anymore. There's that knock coming through from Dagestan. Gladiators starting to chime in towards the engagements as well. Shockwave surrounded fully by the Unicorns, with Avalanche right at the back as well. I don't see a world where Shockwave get away with this.
Yeah, Shockwave increasingly struggling. I think a lot of teams wanting to take this fight on the position, and Shockwave, unfortunately, have been caught up in the crossfire between them. AR take shots down towards MUERTE, losing one of their outposts. I think I liked MUERTE's position for a long time, but they spread themselves a little bit too thinly now. They did have a lot of sight lines up towards that northern side, but Milky Way going down will require a little bit of a regroup here. Unlikely that Discrim is going to be able to get over there to pick him back up. And just as he goes down, you see that that regroup immediately comes to a halt. Dark Project struggling, and now just Wait remaining.
Will be taken down, and that is a really solid pickup there for Dagestan. Keep themselves alive as 4 on that northwestern edge. As the circle pops, and KONINA Power continue to hold that central area. Teams in the northeast will have to push in. Teams on the southwest as well. MUERTE on that regroup will need to find something. And it's Gladiators to take first blood over towards the Unicorns of Love as well. They're firing out to the side, and Gladiators could potentially push down here.
Could definitely get down towards position, see what they can do. KONINA Power, though, still looking really strong in their spot. All this is going down over towards Avalanche. Shockwave trying to hold on to it. Unicorns of Love lose another player in the process. Just Beast and Noshi alive. It's unlikely that anyone's getting away from this engagement unscathed.
Avalanche with the sight lines, but on the outside track. Unicorns of Love closer, but low on players. Noshi. Beast and Noshi will have to move further south, but Team Doom have managed to backfill that spot and move in towards the edge there. They will be aware of the engagements that happened to their northern side. I'm looking out for movements towards that center. Cave and KONINA Power both hold the center right now.
Cave in a strong spot. We'll see if the circle moves away from them. Dagestan might be able to take shots down towards them. KONINA Power in this position that is good, but they need to hold on to it for the time being, and also fare off against a lot of other teams, but they're all taking shots against one another. VIRTUS.PRO tries to escape. Avalanche also crumbling.
Oh no, they're burning themselves as well, and now Terminus, such a force for Shockwave in the last game, and now this one as well. Just cuts them out, isolates and keeps that position. I said I didn't really see a world where Shockwave got away with it, but it looks like blank, and I'm gonna have to eat my words. They have. MUERTE as well. Regroup, take down VIRTUS.PRO on the exit from Impala, and now KONINA Power have taken a knock as well. Gladiators moving up the road. They're making their break for it. Dagestan as well, under pressure. Nades from Team Doom as they moved into the south of this will be the last challenge that Shockwave have to face, and this would be one hell of a statement if Shockwave can survive here.
It's been a real struggle for them. Pressure bearing down on them from all sides, but that's a nade that was desperately needed by Team Doom.
Knock over to Terminus. Nade over the top. They haven't really taken the full opportunity to go over the top, but a second knock is excellent for them and forces the restart on the revive there as well. A nade to try and suppress, and Shockwave have to move forwards. That burn is great. It's going to stop that res, and Goldie burns away. That tick should find him. The nade over the top isn't even needed there. Phantom repositions out to the left, and Aza, I feel like they know what's going on here. Spot out coming through from the backstop. There's 2 players for Team Doom on the ridgeline. 3 players active for Shockwave on the northeast side. As Team Doom look for more, there's a knock over towards Shockwave. Phantom needs the hold for more, but can't quite get it. Now just one more Kraken. Nails one and moves forwards. Now it's Aza versus 1. Will have the top position, but needs to move. The blue zone is there, right on the doorstep, forcing this fight to continue. It will burn away. Both these health bars are forced out first aid, and Aza swings. Shockwave stay in it. Team Doom fall down flat.
Probably not enough time to bring his players back into the fold, but can certainly take some shots from other teams, maybe get them through. Can he get his players back up into action before this blue pushes him in? It's going to be a little slow. I think maybe one player will be his limit. He has to at least try. He needs someone else to get a little bit further here. Gladiators have to come a little bit further down as well, but KONINA Power have clear sight lines over towards this position. Dagestan's not letting them get through either, setting up the roadblock now.
Smokes up. Gladiators, they've played together, they've played as a ball, they're moving along this roadside ridgeline, trying to stay out of the purview of KONINA Power. Has really been the name of their game. Those smokes are gonna show us just what it's going to take, and you can see exactly why they need to do that. As soon as they step up in the sight line, Kitsune gets rattled, and Matic as well. Going to be tricky, sharing those stims, sharing those meds, making sure they've got everything on board. It's really, I think, going to be on Cave and MUERTE to draw the attention from KONINA Power.
For sure, but I don't think KONINA Power has to really do too much other than look out towards these stragglers like SHOCKWAVE. And for Gladiators, if they want to move down towards the position, or at least try and harass the guys from KONINA Power, they have to put themselves in the sightlines of Dagestan, which is the difficulty.
Not easy to do. Kitsune taken down on a knock. They have got a lot of cover to play with, and Dagestan, I don't imagine, are going to roll up for a res. But look at them, they are preparing. Gladiators will have been slowed down by that, and with the blue zone pushing in, the reses are very, very important to get off quickly. And they make their break. Dagestan's position, this could be really, really difficult for them to move, and might allow Game and the Gladiators to change things around on their progression. If KONINA Power have their sightlines challenged, but that is a really solid spot. Unfortunately, Cave might have ideas of moving there as well. Shifu further south than the rest of them.
Yeah, Cave is pushed out of position. You can see already the team is looking towards that spot. SHOCKWAVE lost a player on the approach. Very important for KONINA Power to actually make that hit happen. And with SHOCKWAVE closer to MUERTE, it's more likely that these two teams will clash. So for KONINA Power, they need to start just eliminating, damaging players over on this northern side, cause problems, cause pandemonium, so they can remain the most healthy squad within this lobby. And then as Cave moves, that's when KONINA Power has to focus up on their side. So they cannot allow Gladiators to get too much further into this one. Finding a knock there is brilliant.
Kitsune goes down on the flip. KONINA Power just have nobody else to deal with. It's so unfortunate for Gladiators as Dagestan drew a little bit short, but hang on a minute. It's coming on in. There's shots coming through across the way. It's SHOCKWAVE from all the way on the northeast side, close by, who will throw a spanner in the works. It is only one knock towards KONINA Power, but that might be the chance that Gladiators need to just stay alive in this. They have got a position in this next circle. Meku probably not going to be able to get back up there. Will be spotted out and taken down, but two players still active for Gladiators on that northern edge. KONINA Power, they've had shrink after shrink on this, Rich.
Dagestan's done very, very well to deal with Cave. Look how low their health bars are. The fact that Dagestan in that pretty difficult position has been able to maintain this spot is very, very remarkable. So well done to Dagestan to keep this one up. But again, KONINA Power looking to make something else happen, but Dagestan do have that sightlines. The exact reason why Gladiators have been held down for so long in that position. But again, very open for KONINA Power. Not easy to play his position and maintain advantage over a lot of teams within this lobby. You have to keep players at a distance, and KONINA Power have done that pretty damn well so far.
Potential. I mean, they just have such good sightlines. It's SHOCKWAVE and Dagestan really propping up the Gladiators' position right now. And Dagestan are going to have to move, likely, or clashing almost directly with KONINA Power. They're going to have to make that move now. They will choose to do so, rolling straight on up. Gladiators' position is known to both of these teams, and it will be something that they'll challenge out, but can the forces diminish themselves? Fash around the side gets 1 and 2. Excellent coordination. And it looks like Shifu has no idea where it's coming from. Finally, and Fash sprays all of them down. KONINA Power decimate anyone who steps up. Gladiators fall in the meantime. And what a hold from Fash. They had no idea what hit him.
Desperately needed as well, because they still had to take shots over towards SHOCKWAVE and Discrim, preventing them from getting too close, and Fash has really propped up the performance there. Cave now looks down towards Discrim as they move up. What a play though, a 1v4, very accurate shots, knew what needed to be done. And so bold of him to move out that top side, out of the smoke, into perfect purview of Dagestan. I just don't think they expected the madman to come out swinging like that.
He's found out in the open, unfortunately. MUERTE, they've been a little bit quieter, but now they're starting to draw their trudge to a close. Sprays over towards Terminus there. Cave on the south side have been weathering the storm admirably as well. Sheltering under their namesake. Terminus falls, SHOCKWAVE eliminated. MUERTE 2 players alive. KONINA Power 4 and Cave 4 on the south.
House influence remaining. Looks over towards the guys from KONINA Power. 4 teams still going. 4 players still going. MUERTE over on that eastern side. KONINA Power needs to hit some of these good nades here to leverage this one out because they still have the high ground. Fash still has to deal with that enemy over on the east in MUERTE.
A tricky ridgeline to play from here from KONINA Power. They've had such good sight lines for a long time.
Got the elimination count from MUERTE though.
Pretty impactful, right? 11 so far on the cards. Nade over the top towards KONINA Power. Cave have a really, really solid position here. And there's the burn starting to accrue. Influence wants to drop another one. And Malloy just biding time at this stage. Dimension moving around the side. Influence has to back it up with a trade, but not really going to work out there. Fash is so brutal from underneath and steps up for more. Oh, he's so devastating this time around. 4 eliminations already and looks for more. There's the spray on the sidelines and a 1 versus 2 for Cave now as MUERTE are still in the thick of it. They still have got that player and Malloy steps up, looks for shots now and has got that chance. Dimension has to hit the deck to stay alive from it.
KONINA Power have to finish this up quickly because MUERTE, Malloy, we know how good this guy can be, and they've got their backs completely to him. And there he goes, finds 1 already, and now it's a 1v1v1. Anyone can take this.
Malloy, such an impactful player for this roster. 13 eliminations. A chicken dinner here to cap it off will be incredible. There's another one. He managed to rack it up to 14. Now, can he put that 15th on the cards? Bring it up to a 25-point game. Dimension breaks out, low HP, and it's a spray down. I do not believe it. Malloy to close down the day with a devastating chicken dinner as a solo.
Massive amount of eliminations as well, and they came out looking very strong even before this game, and that is going to bump them up massively in this match, John.
It's really, really fantastic news for MUERTE in a game where the top 3 weren't even playing as well, so that's really great to eat into the lead.
You know, they had a really good spot down towards the south side. I liked it a lot with their split. They were looking up towards that top side. Things start to go a little bit awry. So they find themselves in an engagement between them and SHOCKWAVE, surprising to get themselves back up to 3 members. But again, Malloy taking his time, and he has popped off more than once today. That was a fantastic way to end it. And even picking up some of the knocks that we'd seen from KONINA Power earlier over towards Cave. So an even bigger amount of elimination count on that game will set MUERTE in a very good spot at the end of this first day of EU.
Absolutely. It is going to be a great way to cap out the day for them. MUERTE chuffed to bits with that one. Excellent performance. Let's head back over to the desk.
Man, oh man, the power of what a solo can do in some of these games. That's why you always keep it going here in PUBG Mobile. We have got MUERTE taking the win here to finish things off, and we can talk about all of that in a few moments' time. But first things first, we got to talk about our socials and how things are going down here. So make sure you guys get connected with all of the socials that are going on here for PUBG Mobile Esports, because there's brand new stuff that you can check in with, and Max, they might even get some cool skins as well.
Yeah, you got to go follow over Esports PUBGM EU on Instagram, and if you know, even put a few comments and likes, I might pick you if you're being nice to the new channel. I know we're going to be giving away some cool skins. We've got some nades, got some parachutes, got some another skin too just not even shown there that we just received. So go check it out. We've got some cool stuff, and you might get some cool PUBG Mobile drip.
Fantastic, fantastic stuff. Now let's talk about this game, Max, of course, because you're seeing how MUERTE is able to win this out. Me and you, we had KONINA Power and Cave. We thought, so one of us is a shoo-in, right? Apparently not. Apparently not.
Yeah, we were debating like, oh, KONINA Power's the best position, and you were like, oh, Cave's got the best position if they're still in circle, and KONINA Power like, hold on to my, like, I don't know, M16 or something, whatever he was using, because he won the game. I can tell you that much. Get himself 25 points on the board, and only just 1 day in, right, that 25 points, that's going to put you in top 5 without any doubt in my mind. So MUERTE showing up really big. And they had a massive split for the longest time, actually, Kalaris. They had, I think, a 3-man split over to the east. They lost a player here and there, but by having a big split, you might have, luckily, 1 player make it through in a really good spot, which is exactly what happened. And then Malloy just clutches it.
Yeah, we can actually break down this game in full a little bit after this as we take a look at our 9th through 16th, because I'm getting word, Max, that our interview is actually already ready for the end of the day. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to bring it to you, Max. We're going to bring it the French power on the way. Because I will say, Shockwave has actually done absolutely phenomenally here today, and it will be really nice to talk to them. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they were a team that I didn't know what really to expect from them going into this season because, as you know, this is potentially the toughest PMPL EU lobby we've had ever pretty much since last year. And they made it through PMEC. Like, they were sent back into relegation, and there were so many other favorite teams from CIS that we were expecting to potentially qualify. The fact that they made it through with Team Doom really impressed me, and already, especially with that one Erangel game, Kalaris, and we were definitely talking about that game quite a bit. It was good execution, so I want to see how that worked out for them.
All right, well, our interview is ready. Let's get him on here. Trazen's going to be joining us from Shockwave for the day #1. Hello, Trazen. Good job today. Very, very impressive stuff from you guys. So, Max, I'll leave you to the first question.
Okay, I'll start off in English and I'll translate. But I wanted to know, because as we talked already, Trazen, a little bit privately before, you and your team were not 100% sure if you were going to potentially play in this PMPL season. But as you know, and as we know right now, you guys are actually playing into it. I want to know, how's that potentially affected your morale and the group's morale as a whole going into this season? Or do you want me to translate, or I can help out? Yeah, okay, I just wanted to know if I... Okay. Non, du coup, pour savoir, parce que comme on savait, c'était pas sûr à 100% si vous alliez jouer dans cette saison, mais comme on sait maintenant, vous êtes actuellement dans PMPL Europe. Comment est-ce que ça a affecté ton moral et notamment le moral de ton équipe?
Ça nous a très affecté, tout ce qui s'est passé, nos propres mails qui nous ont vraiment embêtés par rapport à ce qui pouvait se passer. Et, du coup, on n'allait pas jouer la saison. Et on a vraiment une revanche à prendre et on va se donner à 100% et ça se sent dès le premier jour et on va continuer comme ça tout le long. On compte vraiment rien lâcher et on va tout donner.
Okay, so apparently they were teased a little bit by some of their friends that they were not going to make it through, but they actually qualified in, and now they got that sense of revenge. Like, they want to take revenge upon this lobby and the tournament to show that, like, they are worthy to be in this event and that they can actually be at the very top.
Okay, I guess my question is, Game 4, your win on Erangel. You guys played the Rivershore very patiently, I want to say. What were you expecting from Game Lord? Because they were more split than I expected going into that final circle.
Alors, on va retourner sur une de vos dernières games, la game où vous avez eu la win à la fin. Vous étiez en train de jouer le côté de la rivière vers la fin. Et en fait, Game Lord a fait un split assez énorme sur la position comme ça. Et on souhaitait savoir, c'était quoi votre opinion, votre perspective sur ce qu'a fait Game Lord pendant cette game?
Clairement, ils ont pris une grande partie de la zone, dangereux. Mais on en a profité, surtout un close à moi. Du coup, j'ai donné directement l'info à Terminus qui l'a eu instant. Je me suis fait avoir du top, mais les gars de la plage ont fait le taf. Terminus a fait un super flank. Et les gars, ils ont été monstrueux aujourd'hui, très clairement.
Ouais. Okay, so apparently the information was sent over by Trazen over to Terminus because they saw how much position and terrain they gained, but they knew it was very dangerous, so they gave the info to Terminus and then he just completely destroyed them in that position. So the information game was on point for them, it seems.
I like that answer. That's good. I was watching it all go down. I like that. Okay, Max, your last one.
Yeah, for the next question, we'd love to know, because of course a lot of new CIS teams joined this PMPL EU season, and we would love to know what your thoughts are potentially on the disparity of skill and level of play between the original Western European teams and also the new CIS teams and the OG CIS teams that have now joined this lobby. Donc pour savoir, en fait, on voulait savoir c'était quoi ta perspective sur la différence de niveau entre les CIS teams originales qui sont venus maintenant dans cette saison et les teams OG comme vous, Game Lord, etc. de West Europe qu'on avait dans le temps.
Les teams européennes, clairement le niveau a encore sacrément évolué et ça fait vraiment du bien pour tout le monde, même pour nous-mêmes, parce qu'on fait que s'améliorer de jour en jour à chaque entraînement et c'est un plaisir de jouer contre ces équipes. Et ouais, c'est costaud, les Russes.
Yeah. Okay, so the CIS teams are really strong, as he said at the end, very costaud is the way we're going to say it. But of course, he said he's happy to play against them because it's just a way for them to improve and just get better over time. It might be rough now, but as time goes on, as the season moves on, themselves and also the other OG Western European teams will only get better as the event goes on.
Well, thank you, Trazen. A great performance coming out from you. Any final words for your fans or the viewers?
Est-ce que tu as des mots pour les fans ou les gens qui te supportent, toi et
merci à tous ceux qui nous supportent et on va pas vous décevoir, j'en suis persuadé.
Yeah, thank you to everyone who supported himself and Shockwave, and they're not going to disappoint you. They're sure about it.
It was a great day. Thank you very much, Trazen. Good luck tomorrow. Awesome stuff. Hey, get Trazen's thoughts on this. That was, and thank you very much, Max, for the translations as well. I think that went off without a hitch here, as we've got some good insights from him. Really cool to see as well how they were approaching that game 4 and the information that they were playing with. Because again, I do feel like GameLord was playing with so little information compared to them, right?
Exactly, and the way they just fed the information right over, right? Trazen sent it over to his teammate of Terminus, and then instantly they just take action on that information. So good execution, though looking back on that game, like Malloy get himself 7 elims, and most of that game he was as a solo too, which is insane that Malloy got so much presence as a solo, so impressive stuff from MUERTE.
Yeah, talking about this game, I completely forgot we just had Game 5, yes, this going down, and I mean, it's a wild recovery from MUERTE there, all things considered. I expected, Max, everything in the East to settle and it be a wasteland from that point on, but again, it really shows just going for that one little chance, that one little opportunity really pays dividends.
Exactly. I mean, you got yourself KONINA Power fighting their way up against Cave, I believe. Yeah, actually, it was Cave. And they're just going to lose players here and there. And if you just, towards the end of that fight, have a single player that takes the shot, like, you just turn the tides over. And you just actually helped out Dimension for some time, and then Dimension got the final shot and you got involved. Like, it's down to the wire sometimes in those scenarios, but if you have one player and you just do not know where he is, it just can steal games away like that.
Max, who's going to be the MVP for the day? I can't think of a name. There's been a lot of good performances individually.
I think Kapahala did get a lot of damage and elims in during his time at the top. So him, could have Zerish too. It's a rough one. Yeah, I'm not sure. You know what? Zerish. Let's go.
Yeah? Okay, I'll go Kapahala, even though, again, they weren't playing the last...
Warlord.
Actually, it showed that Group A was incredibly stacked with MADBULLS, GameLord, NEXUS, and anyway, let's check in with who the MVP is then, as it will be Narvalo from GameLord. Damn!
Okay. La Revolution! It's happening!
I feel like this entire day has just been French dominated.
Okay, I did not expect that. I mean, as we know, if you're looking at the fraggers of this team, it's Victor and Narvalo. Every day of the week, they're going to be shown up big time. This push was not amazing on Go, but I guess Narvalo just got every one of those elims coming his way, and he just confirmed them with those nades. So, man, Narvalo didn't expect it. We had a lot of heavy hitters, but now I want to see a GameLord chicken dinner, maybe tomorrow.
This bodes well for me for GameLord, actually, when you see they're being impactful on a lobby in day number 1. Because think back to our previous season, and I think that I echo the sentiments, even though the casters probably as well, we felt like GameLord was playing slow. And being able to get this on day 1, actually, is, I think, a step in the right direction for a little bit faster gameplay. What do you think?
Yeah, but it does scare me, because I remember last PMPL, they win the first game. It was a dominant game. I think it was a MUERTE finish, if I'm not mistaken. And then nothing. I mean, nothing for the rest of the season, right? So, first day, no chicken dinner, but still decent points coming their way. I want to see chapter 2 of this first day. I want to see a continuity a little bit. I don't want to see just this big day and then flop on the rest.
All right, I understand your POV. We'll see how it goes. Day 1, early days. It's not quite just game 1 early days, but anyway, let's check in them with the overalls then and see where teams ended up. Because again, the top 3 were not actually playing in that game, but MUERTE were, as they now leapfrog into that top 3. So, MUERTE, MADBULLS, and NEXUS Gaming up at the top here so far. Max, what do you make of it?
And NEXUS not really expected to be first place at the end of the day, but get himself back-to-back chicken dinners. Of course, that's going to help a lot where only 5 matches were played. But towards the bottom, I mean, I have some teams that I really did not expect to be here, especially Dagestan 77. After their performance, I mean, not only them and Cave, after their performance in PMEC, I expected them to be a lot higher. So a little bit of a rough start for them as only day 1, but I mean, Gladiators, that's the big upset of the day.
Oh, absolutely. Only 6 points going their way. It felt like, even from the word go, where they kind of got held out of being able to transition away from North George and South George, I guess, technically, that kind of set a bit of a precedent for them for today. I'm sure they'll be able to get over it, Max. We've seen them have rough days as previous Navi, as previous HVVP in the past, and been able to bounce back. So I don't think it's doom and gloom just yet.
I think teams have been very lucky today that they've never seen a game Gladiators with 4-man team alive. They've had like a duo, maybe a trio maximum today, but if they're 4 players and they make it into the late game, we know how dangerous Gladiators can be on paper. I think it's just a question of time for them to adapt maybe a little bit to this lobby. These circle settings too, because like these circles are going really, really fast, and I think they need to maybe speed up the way they rotate around the map. But just give them a little of time. I'm sure we'll see them pop off eventually.
Yeah, especially the major change that we've kind of seen from 2022 to 2023, where that second circle pop is looking a little bit smaller by even a kilometer and a half in terms of diameter. But anyway, let's check in with those predictions here between the talent. As again, just to reiterate, it's 1 point for a top 3 and 3 points for a win. And so far, little John Allen is in the lead here, Max.
I think I saw Blank change his prediction though at one point. I don't know. Should we just take a
You forgot to press enter. No, I think it's fine. Yeah,
okay. Okay. Yeah. We'll leave it for Blank. Okay, I'll allow it because Blank is my anime homie. But yeah, John is up there. I mean, good stuff. I mean, he did go for 2 MADBULLS prediction at the start. But I got to say, he's on point. He's got the predictions on. So
one thing to take away from that as well is we're all wearing glasses in those pictures. So we're all kind of, you know, very intellectual, making these predictions here, there, and everywhere. And hopefully I will bounce back because right now I'm in last place. And that's unusual for me, Max. That's unusual.
Yeah, especially me being up there. I don't know, it feels weird. I think I'm going to try and lose purposely tomorrow just so we're back. Just like everything is normal, back to reality. Okay.
Please, yeah, I need this. Oh, all right, okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for day number 1 here of PMPL Spring EU 2023. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place for more PUBG action. We'll see you then.